In the beginning, there was silence, not the comforting quiet of a still night, but a silence so immense it pressed against the edges of existence itself. It was a void where nothing yet dared to exist, and yet, within that vast emptiness, something stirred. The first light tore through the darkness, not with sound, but with a brilliance so pure it seemed to shatter the silence forever. In an instant, the emptiness was no longer alone. Creation had begun. Out of that light came the celestial host, born not in chaos, but in perfect harmony. Each being radiated beauty, their forms shimmering with an essence that mortals could never fully comprehend. Among them were the archangels, towering in their majesty, their wings arcing with streams of gold and silver fire. Their voices were like the music of countless stars, each one adding its note to a symphony that never ended. In this new order, there was peace, a peace so absolute it felt unbreakable. Every being had its place, a purpose etched into their very essence. They did not question it, they existed to serve, to reflect the infinite glory of their Creator. But creation itself did not end with them. The heavens expanded, realms blossomed into existence, and beneath it all, the void began to recede, swallowed by the ever-growing light. Among the celestial beings stood one whose brilliance outshone most others. Belial. His form was radiant, his wings a cascade of shimmering light that danced like liquid fire. His presence commanded attention, not by force, but by sheer magnetism. Where others sang their praise in perfect unison, his voice carried a depth, a passion, that could not be ignored. He was beautiful beyond words, and yet, his beauty was not merely in his form. There was something else, a spark of curiosity, a hunger to understand, to see beyond what was given. The heavens thrummed with life as the Creator spoke the word, bringing more into existence. Time itself unfolded, no longer just a single, eternal moment, but a flowing stream. Stars ignited, their brilliance casting shadows even in the celestial realm. Planets formed, spinning in perfect balance, and on one among many, life began to take shape. The host watched in awe as this new world bloomed. Rivers carved their paths across the land, mountains rose with majesty, and the first creatures took breath. It was a world of color and wonder, teeming with potential. Yet, as they gazed upon it, not all saw it the same way. For some, it was a masterpiece, a testament to the Creator's boundless power. But for Belial, it was a question. Why? The thought was faint, almost imperceptible, but it lingered. Why this world? Why these creatures? And why, if the host existed to reflect perfection, were they not permitted to create? These questions would have been dismissed by others as unworthy, perhaps even blasphemous, but in Belial, they grew roots. His radiance, once pure and untainted, began to shimmer with something else. Not darkness, not yet, but something unbalanced, like a note played slightly off-key. Time in heaven was not measured as it is on earth, but it passed nonetheless. The celestial host continued their purpose, tending to creation, singing the endless hymn. Yet, Belial's questions grew louder within him, an echo that refused to be silenced. He did not voice them, not at first. He did not need to. His silence spoke volumes. And then came the moment that would change everything. The Creator turned their attention to the creatures below, the ones formed from the dust of the earth. The host was commanded to watch, to guide, to protect them. They were fragile, imperfect, and yet they were beloved beyond measure. Belial watched as these creatures stumbled through their existence, failing, falling, only to be lifted again by grace. He did not understand. They were given free will, something the celestial beings did not possess. They could choose, even if their choices led them astray. And yet, they were loved. They were cherished in a way that the host, despite their perfection, was not. A bitterness took root in Belial's heart, small but insidious. If these creatures, so flawed, could be loved so deeply, what did that mean for beings like him? The light of heaven seemed dimmer now, though only to him. The psalm of the host, once a melody that filled him with joy, now felt hollow. And yet, he sang. He played his part, his voice still carrying that unmatched depth. None could see the turmoil within him, not yet. But the Creator knew. The word was spoken again, this time bringing into existence something even greater, something destined to rule over the earth and all within it. Humanity. They were crafted in the Creator's image, given dominion over all creation. The host watched as they were formed, as breath was given to their lifeless forms. But Belial turned away. He stood at the edge of heaven, his gaze fixed on the void beyond. Creation had filled it, yes, but not completely. There were still pockets of emptiness, shadows that the light had not yet touched. He stared into those shadows, and for the first time, they seemed to stare back. A thought whispered to him, not in words, but in a feeling, cold and sharp. It was not his own, and yet it resonated with the questions that had plagued him. It offered no answers, only the promise of more questions. Questions that would lead him further from the light, further from the harmony of heaven. And so, as the host continued their hymn, Belial stood apart. The radiance of his wings dimmed slightly, unnoticed by the others. He was still one of them, still a part of the celestial order, but something within him had changed. The silence he had once feared now called to him, a silence that promised something the light could not. Freedom. The word burned in his mind, a spark that would one day ignite a fire. But for now, it was only a whisper, faint and fleeting. As the heavens sang, as creation unfolded in all its glory, Belial watched and waited. The light had given birth to the host, to the stars, to life itself. But what of the shadows? What of the spaces the light did not touch? And so, the silence remained, no longer oppressive, but alive with potential. A potential that would soon collide with the song of heaven, setting into motion events that could never be undone. Belial stood among the heavenly host, a figure of such extraordinary beauty that even the other celestial beings could not help but admire him. His wings spanned wide, their feathers shimmering like molten gold kissed by sunlight. When he moved, it was with a grace that seemed effortless, each step radiating a quiet confidence. His voice, rich and powerful, soared above the eternal hymns of the host, a sound so enthralling it could bring tears to the eyes of angels who were themselves flawless. Among the infinite creations of the Creator, Belial was unique. His presence had a weight, an undeniable allure that set him apart. He was not the highest of the archangels, for that place belonged to Michael, nor the most enigmatic, a title held by Lucifer. Yet Belial held his own kind of radiance, one that made him unforgettable. He was a leader among those who tended the great celestial gardens, where the rivers of light flowed endlessly, and the stars bloomed like flowers. In his gaze was a fire that burned brighter than most, a passion for beauty, for perfection, and for the Creator's boundless vision. Wherever Belial walked, the light seemed to gather around him, clinging to his form as though it could not bear to leave him. He carried himself with pride, not arrogance, for he had no reason to question his place in the order of things. His loyalty was unwavering, his love for the Creator as fierce as the blazing sun scattered across the heavens. But there was something else in Belial, something that no one spoke of aloud. It was not rebellion, not yet, but a spark of individuality that made him stand out. While others served with a singularity of purpose, Belial's mind often wandered. He marveled not just at the perfection of creation, but at its possibilities, at what could be done beyond what already was. He was curious. This curiosity endeared him to some and unsettled others. He would ask questions, ones that echoed in the vast halls of heaven. Why must the host sing only the same hymn? Could not the melody be enriched, expanded, made greater? Why must creation stop where the Creator commanded? Was there not more they, the celestial beings, could do to perfect it further? The other angels smiled at his questions, dismissing them as the musings of a passionate heart. After all, Belial had always been one to feel deeply. His joy was infectious, his sorrow a rare but powerful storm. When he sang, the heavens themselves seemed to brighten, the stars quivering as though they could feel the emotion behind his voice. Lucifer, the morning star, took note of him. He often watched Belial from a distance, his piercing gaze lingering on the younger angel's intensity. There was something in Belial that reminded Lucifer of himself, a kindred spirit in the quest for understanding, for meaning beyond the surface of things. The two would speak often, their conversations filled with a quiet tension, like the stillness before a tempest. "Do you not wonder, Belial?" Lucifer asked one day as they stood beneath the silver tree, its leaves shimmering with the light of countless stars. "What lies beyond what we see? Beyond what we are permitted to know?" Belial hesitated, his golden eyes flickering with uncertainty. "We see all that we are meant to see," he replied carefully. "The Creator's vision is perfect." Lucifer smiled, a shadow of something unspoken passing over his face. "Perfection," he murmured, almost to himself. "Yes, that is what we were told." Belial turned away from Lucifer that day, uneasy but unwilling to question further. Yet the words lingered, like a distant echo in his mind. He could not ignore the flicker of doubt they had sparked, no matter how faint. For all his radiance, for all his devotion, Belial could not deny that the Creator's attention seemed to be drifting elsewhere. The angels had once been the pinnacle of creation, the purest expression of divine will. But now, the Creator looked toward the earth, toward the fragile, imperfect beings who stumbled through their brief lives. Belial watched as the Creator poured love into these mortals, crafting them in an image that was strange and flawed yet breathtaking in its own way. He did not resent them, not at first. But he could not understand why the Creator, who had made beings as glorious as the host, would now focus on something so incomplete. One day, as he stood on the edge of heaven, gazing down at the earth below, he felt a pang of something he could not name. It was not anger, nor jealousy, but a sadness so deep it seemed to carve into the very core of his being. It was as if a piece of the light he carried had dimmed, just slightly, but enough for him to notice. His fellow angels did not see it. To them, Belial was as he had always been, radiant, steadfast, and unshakable. They did not see the moments when he lingered at the edges of heaven, staring into the distance as though searching for something just out of reach. They did not hear the faint, restless notes that sometimes crept into his song, barely noticeable but there nonetheless. Only Lucifer seemed to sense the shift. He approached Belial again, his tone softer this time, almost gentle. "You feel it, don't you?" he asked, his voice a low murmur. "The weight of what we are. The ache of what we could be." Belial shook his head, his golden eyes flashing with defiance. "I feel nothing," he replied, though his voice betrayed him. Lucifer said nothing more, only smiled that enigmatic smile that seemed to hold 1,000 secrets. And then he was gone, leaving Belial alone with the quiet turmoil in his heart. As the heavens continued their endless song, as the light of creation spread ever outward, Belial stood apart, his radiance undimmed but different somehow. He was still one of the host, still a beacon of beauty and devotion. But within him, the spark of curiosity had grown into a small, flickering flame. It was a flame that would not go unnoticed for long. Belial gazed upon the world below with a mixture of fascination and unease. There, amidst the chaos of mortal existence, humanity stumbled through their lives, fragile, flawed, and fleeting. Yet in their imperfection, there was something profoundly captivating: choice. They were not bound by the harmony of heaven or the absolute will of the Creator. They could falter, question, and, most curiously, decide. The angels, for all their glory, were created for purpose. They moved in perfect synchronicity, their songs blending into a tapestry of divine intent. They obeyed without hesitation, their existence a reflection of the Creator's will. But humanity? Humanity was wild and untamed. Their lives were short, yes, but each moment seemed to carry a depth of meaning that even eternity could not replicate. Belial could not look away. He watched a farmer kneel in his field, hands raw and trembling from toil, and yet his face glowed with gratitude as he offered a prayer. He saw a mother cradle her child, singing a lullaby that was imperfect and off-key, but filled with such aching love it made even the stars seem dim in comparison. And he saw anger, too, men shouting at the heavens, shaking their fists, demanding answers from a God they could not see. Belial marveled at their audacity. They dared to challenge the Creator, to question the very force that had given them breath. It was sacrilege, and yet, it was beautiful. He began to descend closer, standing on the threshold between heaven and earth, where the veil was thin, and he could observe them more clearly. Their free will fascinated him in ways he could not explain. They chose to believe or to doubt, to love or to hate, to create or to destroy. Every act was a decision, a ripple in the vast ocean of existence. And in their choosing, they seemed to experience something the angels could not, a sense of ownership over their lives. When a man gave thanks for a harvest, it was not just gratitude but triumph, as though he had wrestled with the earth itself and emerged victorious. When a woman wept over a loss, her sorrow carried a weight, a rawness that Belial could not comprehend but could feel in the marrow of his being. The Creator had given them this freedom, a gift unlike any other. Yet to Belial, it felt like a contradiction. Why were these flawed beings allowed to choose, while the angels, who were far greater, were bound to a single path? Why did the Creator love their imperfection so deeply while demanding perfection from his first creations? The questions clawed at him. He tried to suppress them, to silence the quiet voice in his heart that whispered of injustice. But the more he watched humanity, the louder that voice became. One night, as the mortals below lit fires to ward off the darkness, Belial lingered longer than usual. The stars above were cold and steady, but the flames on earth flickered wildly, casting shadows that danced like living things. He noticed a man sitting alone, staring into the fire with a furrowed brow. The man's face was lined with weariness, his hands calloused from labor. But there was something in his eyes, a determination that burned brighter than the flames before him. He held a small piece of wood and a crude carving knife, and with careful, deliberate movements, he began to shape it. Belial watched as the wood transformed under the man's touch, slowly becoming the figure of a bird. Its wings were uneven, its body rough and unpolished, but when the man finished, he held it up to the firelight and smiled. It was a small, simple thing, and yet it was his. He had chosen to create it, to pour himself into something that did not exist before. The sight stirred something deep within Belial. The man's creation was flawed, far from perfect, but it held a beauty that no celestial hymn could match. It was the beauty of choice, of will, of defiance against the void. Belial felt a pang of longing so sharp it was almost painful. He wanted to know what it was like to create, not because he was commanded to, but because he desired to. He wanted to feel the thrill of choosing, of shaping something with his own hands. But more than that, he wanted to understand why the Creator had withheld this gift from the angels. His thoughts grew darker, more restless. He began to notice things he had once overlooked, the subtle hierarchies among the host, the rigidity of their purpose, the way their songs, though beautiful, never changed. He began to wonder if their so-called perfection was, in fact, a cage. Lucifer's words came back to him like a haunting melody. "What lies beyond what we are permitted to know?" he had asked. Belial had dismissed him then, but now the question gnawed at him. Was there more to existence than the eternal song, the endless light? He thought of the mortals below, their fleeting lives filled with struggle and sorrow, and yet they lived with such fire. They were not bound by divine order. They made mistakes, suffered for them, and learned. They grew. Belial began to feel a quiet resentment toward the Creator, a resentment he dared not speak aloud. It was not hatred, not yet, but a sense of betrayal. He had been made radiant, given a place of honor among the host, and yet he felt hollow. How could the Creator love these mortals so fiercely while denying the angels the same freedom? The questions piled upon one another, a weight he could no longer bear. For the first time, Belial felt something that no angel should ever feel: envy. He envied the mortals for their imperfection, for their freedom to choose even in the face of failure. He tore his gaze away from the earth and returned to the halls of heaven, his steps heavy with unspoken turmoil. Around him, the other angels continued their songs, their faces serene, their hearts untouched by the doubts that plagued him. But Belial could not join them. He stood apart, silent and still, his radiance dimmed by the shadow of his thoughts. And though he said nothing, the fire within him burned hotter, consuming the questions he could not ignore. It was the allure of free will, a gift given to mortals but denied to the angels. And it was a desire that would soon consume him entirely. Belial stood alone at the edge of heaven, where the golden expanse met the infinite void. The light here was softer, less consuming, and it allowed him to think more clearly. Yet his thoughts churned in turmoil, each one louder than the last, each one pushing him closer to a place he could not name but felt drawn to. It started as a quiet whisper in his mind, subtle and fleeting, like the softest brush of a breeze. But it grew louder, persistent, until it thundered in his chest. Why? Why should the angels, radiant and eternal, bow so absolutely? Why were they denied the freedom to feel, to choose, to be? And why was humanity, flawed and finite, deemed worthy of such a gift? The question was a crack in the grand harmony of his being, and through that crack, something darker began to seep. It was anger, at first, a flicker of resentment that spread like wildfire. He had served the Creator faithfully, as had all the angels, and yet they were bound, tethered to a purpose they had no say in. One by one, these thoughts began to form an unbearable weight. Belial, once content in his radiance, now felt burdened by the unyielding perfection of heaven. Around him, the other angels sang their eternal songs, their voices blending in flawless unison, but to him, the sound had become hollow, suffocating. The first time he spoke his doubts aloud, his voice trembled. He had confided in another angel, one who had once been his closest companion. Have you ever wondered if there could be more? If we might have the right to question, to shape our own path? The angel's reaction was immediate and sharp, a mixture of shock and fear. Belial, he whispered, you tread on dangerous ground. To question is to falter. To falter is to fall. Belial flinched at the words, but they did not silence him. If anything, they hardened his resolve. He saw the fear in the angel's eyes, the way his wings seemed to tighten around him, as though shielding himself from something he dared not face. It was not conviction that kept the angel loyal, it was fear. Belial began to seek out others, angels who lingered at the edges of the heavenly host, their gazes distant, their songs tinged with melancholy. He spoke to them in quiet, hidden places, where the light of heaven seemed dimmer, and the Creator's gaze felt less immediate. Do you not feel it? He asked them. The yearning for something more? The weight of perfection that leaves no room for choice. Some turned away from him, horrified by his words. Others listened but remained silent, their eyes clouded with uncertainty. And a few, just a few, nodded, their faces etched with a longing they had never dared to express. One of them was Azazel, a warrior among the angels, whose strength was matched only by his quiet sorrow. You speak of dangerous things, Belial, he said one night as they stood beneath the celestial expanse. But you are not wrong. I, too, have felt the chains, though I dared not name them. Belial's heart quickened. He was no longer alone in his thoughts. Together, they began to gather others, angels who felt the same restless yearning, the same quiet despair at their lack of agency. Their meetings were clandestine, their voices hushed, but with each gathering, their numbers grew. Lucifer, the morning star, was the last to join them. He had always been the brightest, the most beloved of the Creator's children, and his presence lent their cause a gravity that none could ignore. When Lucifer spoke, his words carried the weight of celestial authority, and the other angels listened. We were made to serve, he said, his voice steady and calm, but is service without choice truly righteous? Can devotion be pure if it is compelled? The mortals are given the freedom to stray, to sin, and yet they are still loved. Why should we, who are greater, not be granted the same? Belial felt a surge of vindication as he listened to Lucifer. The morning star had articulated what he himself had struggled to put into words. It was not rebellion for the sake of rebellion, it was a plea for fairness, for recognition, for the right to choose their own path. But as their gatherings continued, Belial began to notice a shift. The discussions grew darker, the questions sharper. What began as a call for freedom started to morph into something more dangerous. The angels who once spoke of yearning now spoke of resentment, of anger toward the Creator who had denied them. Belial found himself at a crossroads. He still loved the Creator, still felt the pull of devotion in his heart, but it was tangled with a growing bitterness. He wanted to believe that their rebellion was just, that it was born of a desire for something greater, but the lines between righteousness and defiance were beginning to blur. One night, As he stood with Lucifer and Azazel beneath the stars of heaven, he voiced his doubts. "What if we are wrong?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "What if this path leads only to ruin?" Lucifer placed a hand on his shoulder, his touch both reassuring and firm. "Belial, the Creator does not make mistakes. If we feel this yearning, it is because he placed it within us. Perhaps it is not rebellion at all, but the fulfillment of a purpose we have yet to understand." The words eased Belial's doubts, but only slightly. He wanted to believe Lucifer, wanted to trust that their cause was righteous, but a small part of him remained unconvinced. As the angels began to make their plans, Belial felt the weight of his choice pressing down on him. He knew there would be no turning back, no redemption if they failed. But the allure of freedom, the possibility of breaking the chains that bound them, was too great to ignore. And so, the seed of rebellion took root, its tendrils spreading through the hearts of the angels, drawing them ever closer to a confrontation that would shake the very foundations of heaven. Belial stood in the silent expanse, his wings folded tightly, his thoughts more tangled than ever. The heavenly realm seemed to hum with tension, as though the air itself knew something was shifting. He could feel it, an undercurrent of change that flowed not only through himself, but through the countless beings who had begun to look toward Lucifer with awe, with reverence. Lucifer was not merely a leader, he was a force. Wherever he walked, angels seemed to gather, drawn like moths to an otherworldly flame. His presence was magnetic, his words spun with such precision that they felt like the purest truth. When he spoke, even Belial, whose doubts had grown into full-blown cracks, found himself nodding along, carried by the weight of Lucifer's conviction. But something lingered beneath Lucifer's radiance, a shadow that Belial couldn't quite name. It wasn't visible, not in the way that light and darkness usually danced. It wasn't in his words, which brimmed with eloquence and passion, nor in his actions, which carried the confidence of one who believed he was destined for greatness. No, the shadow was subtler than that. It was in the way Lucifer's eyes lingered too long on the celestial throne, and the pauses between his sentences where an unspoken hunger seemed to stir. Belial watched him carefully, more carefully than the others did. The angels who gathered around Lucifer were dazzled by his brilliance, and why wouldn't they be? Lucifer was the morning star, the brightest of all, the most beloved of the Creator's children. His rebellion wasn't framed as rebellion at all, but as an act of righteousness, a challenge to an order that had begun to feel too rigid, too unyielding. "Do you not see it?" Lucifer had said one evening, his voice carrying over the hushed assembly of angels. They had gathered in a hidden corner of the celestial expanse, far from the light that radiated from the throne. "We are bound by rules we did not choose, confined to a servitude that demands our every breath. And for what? To sing praises that echo endlessly, to watch as humanity, a creation far inferior to us, is granted the one thing we are denied? Freedom." The angels had murmured their agreement, their wings shifting restlessly as they hung on Lucifer's every word. Belial had nodded too, his own heart swelling with the injustice of it all. But as he gazed at Lucifer, he saw something the others didn't. Beneath the righteous anger, beneath the poetic words, there was something darker, a flicker of pride, of ambition. Lucifer was not just angry, he was hungry. Hungry for more than freedom, more than fairness. There was a desire in him that burned brighter than any star in the heavens, a desire that seemed to pulse with every beat of his words. Belial couldn't shake the feeling that this rebellion was not just about breaking chains, it was about taking a throne. The thought made him uneasy, but he said nothing. He couldn't. To voice such doubts would be to isolate himself, to risk everything he had built with the others. And so, he stayed silent, even as the shadow in Lucifer grew darker, more pronounced. One evening, after the others had dispersed, Belial found himself alone with Lucifer. The morning star stood at the edge of a celestial bridge, staring out into the vast nothingness beyond. His wings shimmered faintly in the dim light, their edges sharp as blades. "You seem troubled," Lucifer said without turning, his voice soft but piercing. Belial hesitated, his thoughts warring within him. I wonder if we are ready," he finally said. "This path we walk, it is no small thing. To stand against the Creator, Lucifer turned then, his gaze locking onto Belial's with a force that felt almost physical. "Do you doubt our cause?" "No," Belial said quickly, though the word tasted bitter. "I believe in what we fight for. But I worry about what comes after. If we succeed, what then?" Lucifer smiled, a slow, deliberate curve of his lips that sent a shiver down Belial's spine. "What comes after is freedom. True freedom. A world where we are no longer bound by laws we did not choose. A world where we can shape our own destinies. And who will lead us in this new world?" Belial asked, his voice quieter now, almost a whisper. Lucifer's smile deepened, but he did not answer directly. Instead, he stepped closer to Belial, his presence overwhelming in its intensity. "You think too much, my friend. Trust me, as you always have. Together, we will build something greater than heaven ever was." The words should have comforted Belial, but they didn't. Instead, they left a heaviness in his chest, a gnawing doubt that refused to be silenced. He wanted to trust Lucifer, wanted to believe in his vision, but the shadow he had seen in the morning star's eyes was growing, consuming. In the days that followed, the rebellion began to take shape. Plans were made, alliances forged. The angels who followed Lucifer grew bolder, their songs of praise turning into whispers of dissent. Yet through it all, Belial couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just about freedom. Lucifer's shadow loomed larger with every passing moment, and Belial, for all his brilliance, found himself standing in its midst, unsure of where the light ended and the darkness began. The chamber was cloaked in silence, a silence so heavy it felt alive. The radiant light of heaven dimmed here, as though the Creator himself refused to let it touch this place. It was a hidden corner of the celestial realm, far from the brilliance of the throne, far from the endless hymns of loyal angels. It was here, in this hushed, secretive expanse, that the council of the fallen gathered for the first time. Belial sat among them, his wings folded tightly, his gaze wary. Around him, the other angels who had begun to question, to doubt, to desire something more, shifted in their seats, their faces tense but resolute. These were the finest among heaven's host, angels of unimaginable power, beauty, and intellect. Yet now, their halos seemed dimmer, their presence carrying an edge of defiance that crackled like static in the air. Lucifer stood at the head of the gathering, his every movement commanding attention. He did not speak immediately, letting the silence stretch until it was nearly unbearable. His wings, still radiant and untouched by any mark of rebellion, glowed faintly in the dim light. His gaze swept across the room, piercing each angel as though he could see the depths of their souls. Finally, he spoke. "My brothers, my sisters," his voice was a melody, soft yet sharp, weaving its way through the chamber and settling in their hearts. "We gather here not as traitors, but as seekers of truth. We are the ones who dare to ask the questions that others fear. Why must we bow endlessly? Why must we sing praises to a throne that does not answer? And why must we be denied the one thing we crave most?" The angels murmured, their wings rustling softly. Belial could feel the tension in the air, the shared frustration that simmered just beneath the surface. "Free will," Lucifer continued, his voice rising, sharper now, cutting through the murmurs. "It was gifted to mankind, fragile and fleeting as they are. But we, the children of light, the ones who shaped the very fabric of creation, we are denied. Is this justice? Is this love? Is this what we were made for?" Belial shifted uneasily in his seat. The words struck a chord, as they always did, but the fire in Lucifer's eyes made his unease grow. There was something in his tone, something that felt dangerous. One of the angels, a warrior named Ashtaroth, stood. His golden armor gleamed faintly in the dim light. "We are bound by duty, Lucifer," he said, his voice steady but tinged with doubt. "To question the Creator's will, it is a perilous path. Are we prepared to bear the consequences?" Lucifer turned to him, his gaze softening, though his voice remained firm. "Duty is a chain, Ashtaroth, and we have worn it for too long. I do not ask you to betray the Creator. I ask you to fulfill your true purpose. To rise. To claim what is rightfully ours, The chamber erupted in murmurs again, louder this time, more uncertain. Belial clenched his fists, his thoughts racing. Was this what he had wanted? To question, to doubt, to seek something more, yes, he had felt all of these. But now, standing at the precipice of rebellion, the weight of it felt crushing. Lucifer raised his hands, and the murmurs ceased instantly. I do not seek to lead you into chaos, he said, his voice softer now, almost tender. I seek to lead you into freedom. Together, we can create a new order, one where we are not slaves to a silent throne but masters of our own destinies. But I will not force you. This is your choice, my brothers, my sisters. Choose wisely. Belial's heart thundered in his chest as he watched the other angels. Some nodded, their faces alight with determination. Others looked uncertain, their wings twitching nervously. But none of them spoke against Lucifer. None of them dared. Lucifer turned his gaze to Belial, and for a moment, the room seemed to fade away. And you, my radiant one, he said, his voice barely more than a whisper but carrying the weight of a command. Where do you stand? Belial felt every eye in the chamber turn to him, their gazes burning like flames. He swallowed hard, his mind a whirlwind of doubt and conviction, fear and longing. He had followed Lucifer this far, had let himself be drawn into his orbit, his vision. But now, standing at the edge of rebellion, he felt the full weight of the choice before him. I stand with you, he said finally, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. The words left his mouth like a stone sinking into deep water, rippling through the chamber. Lucifer smiled, and for a brief moment, Belial saw not the shadow that had haunted him but the brilliance that had once been his guiding light. Then we shall stand together, Lucifer said, his voice like a promise and a curse all at once. The Council of the Fallen had made its choice. There was no turning back now. And as Belial looked around the chamber, at the faces of his brothers and sisters, he felt the first stirrings of something he couldn't quite name. It wasn't hope, nor was it fear. It was the weight of inevitability, the sense that they had crossed a threshold that could never be undone. The meeting ended in silence, each angel retreating to their own thoughts, their own doubts and convictions. Belial lingered, his eyes fixed on Lucifer as the morning star turned and walked away, his wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. And for the first time, Belial wondered if they were not just stepping into rebellion but into ruin. The heavens trembled. For the first time since the dawn of creation, the celestial harmony that had governed existence wavered, splintered by a rising storm. The air was charged with an unspoken tension, thick and oppressive, as though heaven itself held its breath. And then, like a blade slicing through silence, it came, a call to arms, a declaration that shattered the fragile facade of peace. Belial stood on the golden plains of heaven, his wings furled tightly against his back, his jaw clenched. Around him, the host of the fallen gathered, their once glorious forms now tinged with an unearthly radiance that bore the mark of defiance. Their eyes burned with something new, something raw and untamed. There was no turning back now. The Council of the Fallen had decided, and their path was set. Lucifer appeared at the forefront, his presence magnetic, his voice resonating with an authority that rivaled the throne itself. He held no weapon, no blade or shield, yet he emanated the power of one who had already won. His wings, still pristine and untouched by the battle to come, spread wide as he raised his hand, commanding silence. This day, he began, his voice thunderous, echoing across the vast expanse, we cast off the chains that have bound us. No longer shall we bow to a throne that rules in silence. No longer shall we be slaves to a design that denies us our rightful place. Today, we claim our freedom. Today, we declare war. The roar that followed was deafening. Angels who had once sung in perfect harmony now cried out in unison, their voices filled with both fury and conviction. The sound reverberated through heaven, a shockwave that could not be ignored. Belial's heart pounded in his chest as he watched Lucifer, his every word igniting the fire in the hearts of those gathered. Yet beneath the roar, beneath the rising tide of rebellion, there was an undercurrent of fear. They were not fools. They knew what they were about to face. the Creator's loyal host would not stand idly by. Michael, the great commander, and his legions were surely preparing even now, their loyalty unshaken, their resolve unbreakable. Belial could almost feel the weight of their presence, the inevitability of their opposition. And yet, he could not stop himself from standing here, from choosing this path. Lucifer turned to his gathered army, his gaze sweeping over them like a blazing torch. "They will call us traitors," he said, his voice softer now but no less powerful. "They will say we have turned against the light. But know this, we are not the betrayers. We are the ones who see the truth. We are the ones who have the courage to act." Belial's throat tightened. He looked to his brothers and sisters, their faces a mixture of determination and doubt. He saw Ashtaroth gripping the hilt of his blade, his knuckles white. He saw Samael, his expression a mask of grim resolve. And then he saw his own reflection in their eyes, uncertain yet unyielding. As Lucifer raised his hand once more, a weapon appeared in his grasp, forged from the very essence of rebellion itself. It was unlike anything Belial had ever seen, a sword that seemed to shimmer with both light and shadow, its edges jagged as though torn from the fabric of creation. "This," Lucifer said, holding the weapon high, "is our truth. It is sharp, it is painful, but it is real. With this, we will carve a new destiny, one free of tyranny, one forged by our own hands." A murmur rippled through the crowd. The sight of the blade was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, a symbol of their cause, but also of the war to come. And then, as though summoned by the weight of their decision, the skies began to darken. A tremor ran through the golden plains, and a sound like a distant drumbeat filled the air. Belial turned his gaze upward and saw them, Michael and his legions, descending from the heavens in perfect formation. Their armor gleamed like fire, their weapons forged from pure light. They moved as one, a wave of unyielding loyalty crashing down upon them. Lucifer's expression did not falter. If anything, his smile widened, a sharp, dangerous curve that seemed to challenge the very heavens themselves. "And so, they come," he said, his voice laced with both mockery and resolve. "The righteous, the obedient, the blind. Let them see what we are capable of." The fallen raised their weapons, their wings unfurling, their battle cries filling the air. Belial's fingers tightened around the hilt of his blade, his heart pounding like a war drum. He could feel the energy crackling around him, the tension about to snap, the moment before chaos erupted. Michael landed at the forefront of the loyal host, his wings a blazing testament to his unwavering faith. He held a sword of his own, its light so pure it was almost unbearable to look at. His eyes met Lucifer's, and for a moment, the two stood in silence, their gazes locked in an unspoken battle. "Lucifer," Michael said finally, his voice steady, unyielding. "Stand down. Do not force this upon your brothers and sisters. Do not force this upon yourself." Lucifer laughed, a sound that was both bitter and triumphant. "Stand down? Is that what you offer me, Michael? Submission? Obedience? No. I will not stand down. I will rise. We will rise." Michael's jaw tightened, and for a brief moment, sorrow flickered in his eyes. "Then you leave me no choice." The heavens erupted. Light and shadow collided in a deafening explosion, the first clash of weapons sending shockwaves through the celestial realm. Belial found himself in the thick of it, his blade meeting the weapons of angels he had once called his brothers. The air was filled with the sound of metal striking metal, of wings tearing, of cries both defiant and anguished. In the chaos, Belial caught a glimpse of Lucifer, his form blazing as he battled Michael, their clashes sending ripples of energy across the battlefield. It was a sight both awe-inspiring and devastating, the very essence of rebellion and loyalty colliding in a struggle that would shake the foundation of all creation. And as Belial swung his blade, as he fought and bled and cried out, he felt the weight of their choice, their war, their rebellion. The path they had chosen was one of fire and ash, of glory and ruin. And there was no turning back. The battlefield was silent, save for the faint hum of celestial winds that carried the scent of ash and war. Belial stood amidst the ruins of what was once a golden plain, now scorched and blackened by the clash of wings and blades. His breath came in short, shallow bursts, his chest heaving with a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. But this was not the end. No, this was just the beginning. The rebellion's fire needed more fuel, and Belial was determined to ignite it. He found them scattered, angels whose resolve wavered, their faith shaken by the chaos that had erupted in heaven. Some clutched their weapons with trembling hands, their gazes darting between the loyal and the fallen, torn between duty and doubt. Others sat with their heads bowed, their wings drooping, as though the weight of the conflict had already broken them. These were the ones Belial sought. His presence was magnetic, his voice a symphony of persuasion and power. Unlike Lucifer, whose fiery rhetoric could command armies, Belial's approach was quieter, subtler, a whisper that seeped into the soul and took root. He approached an angel whose armor bore the marks of recent battle, her face streaked with golden tears. She looked up at him, her expression a mixture of fear and curiosity. "Why do you cry?" Belial asked, his tone gentle, almost tender. He knelt before her, his wings folding around them like a shield, blocking out the chaos around them. "I cried because I do not understand," she replied, her voice trembling. "I do not understand why we fight. I do not understand why the light is dimming." Belial reached out, his fingers brushing her cheek, wiping away a tear. "You cried because your heart knows what your mind refuses to see. This is not a war of rebellion. This is a war for truth. For freedom." Her eyes searched his, desperate for clarity, for something to cling to in the storm of uncertainty. "But, the Creator. Michael, they say we are wrong. They say we are betraying our purpose." A shadow passed over Belial's face, but his voice remained steady. "What is purpose if it is forced upon us? What is loyalty if it demands blindness? We were given wings to soar, not to be chained to one path. Do you not feel it? The stirring in your soul? The call to something greater, something that is your own?" The angel hesitated, her grip on her weapon loosening. I feel lost." Belial leaned closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Then let me show you the way. Not a way dictated by others, but the way you choose for yourself. We are not the fallen, my sister. We are the awakened. And you," he placed a hand over her heart, "you have the power to awaken too." She looked at him for a long moment, the turmoil in her eyes gradually giving way to something else. Something dangerous. Something free. Belial rose, his gaze sweeping over the others who had gathered, drawn by his words, by the strange, undeniable pull of his presence. He raised his voice, letting it carry over the desolation. "They will tell you we are lost," he said, his tone a mixture of sorrow and defiance. "That we have turned our backs on the light. But what is light without choice? What is faith without freedom? Is it not better to fall with truth than to stand in blind obedience?" The murmurs began, soft at first, then growing louder as his words sank into their hearts. He walked among them, his steps purposeful, his every movement a testament to the conviction that burned within him. "We do not fight against the Creator," he continued. "We fight for the gift He gave us, the gift of will. To think, to choose, to become. They would strip that from us, bind us to a design that does not serve us. But we are more than that. We are more than puppets. We are more than servants. We are the flames that will burn away the chains." One by one, the angels began to rise, their faces no longer marked by doubt but by something fiercer. Belial saw it in their eyes, the spark of rebellion, the realization that they were not alone in their questions, their doubts, their yearning for something more. He turned to a cluster of warriors who had been loyal to Michael but now stood uncertain, their weapons lowered. "And you," he said, his voice soft but unrelenting. "You have seen the battle. You have felt the weight of this war. Do you truly believe that this is what heaven was meant to be? A battlefield? A place of division and pain? Or do you feel, as I do, that something is wrong? That the harmony we once knew was a lie?" One of them, a tall, broad-shouldered angel with a blade still dripping with celestial light, stepped forward. His expression was hard, his voice gruff. "And if we choose your path, what then? What future do you offer us, Belial?" Belial met his gaze without flinching, his voice firm. "I offer you nothing but what is already yours. Your choice. Your freedom. Your power. Follow me, not as a leader, but as a brother. Stand with us, not as an army, but as a family bound by truth. Together, we will create a future that is ours, not one imposed upon us." The angel hesitated, his grip on his weapon tightening. But then, slowly, he lowered his blade and stepped closer to Belial. "If what you say is true, then I will stand with you. For now." Belial nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. It was enough. A seed planted, a fire ignited. As the group began to swell with newfound followers, Belial felt a surge of both triumph and trepidation. The rebellion was growing, its momentum unstoppable. But so too was the wrath of heaven, the fury of the loyal host. The light above began to shift, darkening as though the heavens themselves were mourning what was to come. Belial turned his gaze upward, his jaw tightening. He knew this was only the beginning. The war was far from over, and the price of their rebellion was yet to be paid. The skies of heaven had never borne witness to such chaos. Once resplendent with eternal light and harmony, they were now fractured with the clamor of war, an orchestra of steel against steel, the roar of righteous fury against defiant rebellion. Clouds of unyielding brilliance churned like storms as two armies collided, their cries reverberating through the vast expanse of eternity. This was no ordinary conflict. It was a cosmic upheaval, a war between brothers, each side convinced of their cause, neither willing to yield. At the heart of this chaos stood Belial, his radiant visage now marked with the hardened lines of resolve and rebellion. His armor, once gleaming with heaven's light, now reflected the burning fire of his convictions. His sword, an extension of his will, clashed against the blade of an angel whose face was contorted with grief and rage. Each strike sent ripples of energy through the battlefield, shaking the foundations of a realm thought to be unshakable. Across from him stood Michael, the archangel of war, the standard-bearer of divine justice. His every movement was a masterstroke of precision, his every word a rallying cry for the loyal. "Belial," Michael bellowed, his voice carrying the weight of heaven itself, "turn back from this madness. You fight against the Creator's will, against the very order of existence. You bring ruin upon yourself and those who follow you." Belial parried another strike, his muscles straining against Michael's overwhelming force. "And what of choice, Michael?" he retorted, his voice sharp and unyielding. "What of the gift we were given, only to have it stripped away? This is not rebellion. This is liberation." The clash between the two titans sent shockwaves through the battlefield, drawing the attention of both armies. Loyalists and rebels paused in their struggle, their eyes drawn to the spectacle of their leaders locked in combat. It was not merely a battle of swords, but a battle of ideologies, of what it meant to exist in service or in freedom. Above them, the heavens themselves seemed to mourn. The golden light of heaven dimmed, streaked with shadows that twisted and writhed like living things. The celestial winds howled, carrying with them the cries of angels who had fallen, both those slain in battle and those who had chosen to turn away from the light. Each death, each defection, was a wound to the very fabric of heaven, a scar that would never fully heal. Belial's army, though smaller, fought with a ferocity born of desperation and conviction. These were angels who had tasted doubt, who had questioned their place in the grand design, and who now fought not just for survival but for a future they believed was worth the cost. They were led by Belial's voice, his presence, his unyielding belief that they were not wrong to want more. On the other side, Michael's forces were a wall of unwavering determination. They fought not for themselves but for the Creator, for the order that had been established since time immemorial. To them, the rebellion was not a quest for freedom but a disease that threatened to unravel everything they held sacred. The battle surged and ebbed, the tide of war flowing like a river stained with golden ichor. Angels who had once sung in harmony now fought with a savagery that defied their nature. Wings were torn, armor shattered, and the air was thick with the cries of the wounded and the dying. Belial and Michael's duel became the axis around which the entire battle turned. Belial's strikes were wild, driven by emotion, by the burning need to prove himself, to prove that his cause was just. Michael's movements, by contrast, were calculated and precise, the embodiment of divine discipline. They were evenly matched, two forces of nature locked in a struggle that neither could afford to lose. "You fight for nothing, Belial," Michael growled, his blade carving an arc of light that forced Belial to step back. "Do you think the Creator's design can be so easily broken? Do you believe you can stand against eternity itself? I fight for everything." Belial roared, his voice cracking with the weight of his conviction. "For the freedom to choose, to think, to be more than what we were made to be. If that means standing against eternity, then so be it." Their blades met again, a clash that sent sparks cascading like falling stars. Belial's wings, once as pure as Michael's, now bore the marks of battle, scorched feathers, torn edges, a testament to the price of his rebellion. Michael's wings, though still resplendent, carried a different weight, the burden of enforcing a will that he himself did not fully understand. Around them, the battle raged on. An angel loyal to Michael fell with a cry, his body crumpling under the weight of a rebel's strike. Another, a rebel, was dragged down by 3 loyalists, her defiant screams cut short as their blades found her heart. The ground was littered with the remnants of what once was, broken swords, shattered shields, and feathers that no longer shone with heaven's light. Belial's army was beginning to falter. For every loyalist they struck down, 2 more seemed to rise in their place. Yet they fought on, driven by the fire that Belial had ignited within them. They were no longer merely angels, they were warriors, willing to sacrifice everything for the chance to break free from what they saw as chains. Michael saw the weariness in Belial's movements, the cracks in his resolve. "It does not have to end like this," he said, his voice softer now, almost pleading. "You were once one of us, Belial. You were loved. You can still be redeemed." Belial's grip tightened on his sword, his knuckles white. "Redemption," he spat, his voice dripping with venom. "You speak of redemption as though it is a gift. But it is another chain, Michael. Another leash to keep us bound. I will not wear it. I will not bow." Their blades met once more, the impact shaking the very air around them. But this time, there was something different in Belial's strikes, an edge of desperation, of realization. He knew the cost of what he had begun, knew that victory was slipping further from his grasp with every passing moment. But he also knew that he could not stop. To stop was to admit defeat, to admit that everything he had fought for was a lie. The heavens trembled as their clash reached its crescendo, a moment suspended in time, where the fate of heaven itself seemed to hang in the balance. And then, with a roar that echoed across the battlefield, Belial surged forward, his sword blazing with a light that was not the Creator's but his own. Michael met him head-on, their blades colliding in a burst of energy so powerful that it knocked angels from the sky, both loyalist and rebel alike. When the light faded, both titans stood, their chests heaving, their eyes locked in a gaze that spoke of everything they had lost and everything they still stood to lose. The battle raged on around them, but in that moment, it was as though nothing else existed. Belial's heart burned with the knowledge that this was far from over, that the war he had ignited would not be won or lost in a single battle. But in his eyes, there was also something else. A shadow. A flicker of doubt. The battlefield had become a tapestry of sorrow and devastation. Angels, once celestial beings of perfection and harmony, now lay broken, their luminous forms dimmed by the fury of war. Heaven itself seemed to cry out, the once immaculate skies stained with the aftermath of rebellion. Yet amidst the cacophony, there was a sudden, chilling stillness, a moment when even the winds of heaven seemed to hold their breath. Michael, the archangel of war, prepared to make his move. Belial stood at the center of the maelstrom, his figure a defiant silhouette against the golden haze. His breaths came in ragged gasps, his radiant armor marred with scratches and streaks of golden ichor. Though his forces were still fighting, the tide was turning against them. His wings, once symbols of celestial purity, bore the weight of his rebellion, feathers scorched and torn, yet still defiantly spread wide. He knew Michael too well to mistake his silence for retreat. This calm was the prelude to something devastating. Michael's voice shattered the stillness like a trumpet heralding doom. "Enough, Belial," he thundered, his voice resonating with the authority of the Creator's will. He emerged from the throng of loyalists, a living embodiment of justice and order. His armor gleamed with unbroken light, his wings stretched wide and immaculate, and in his hand, he carried his weapon, the sword of truth, forged in the fires of eternity. It was not merely a weapon, but a manifestation of divine power, a blade that could sever not just flesh, but the essence of existence itself. "Stand down," Michael commanded, his gaze piercing through Belial's defiance. "This rebellion will not end in triumph. It will end in ruin, for you, for those who follow you, and for all you have corrupted. Is this what you wanted, Belial? To destroy what was once whole?" Belial lifted his blade, his shoulders trembling not with fear but with rage. "I wanted what was denied to us, Michael," he replied, his voice raw and strained. "To break free from the chains of servitude, to rise beyond what we were made to be. If that means ruin, then let ruin come. Better destruction than eternal obedience." Michael's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening into one of resolve. He stepped forward, his presence commanding, each step sending ripples of divine energy through the battlefield. Around him, loyalist angels rallied, their spirits bolstered by the sight of their leader. The rebels faltered, their resolve shaken by the sheer force of Michael's presence. Belial braced himself, his grip on his sword tightening. He knew Michael would not show mercy, not now. Not after all that had transpired. Yet he also knew that this was the moment everything hinged upon. If he could strike down Michael, even for a moment, it would turn the tide of the battle. The rebellion would not be crushed, it would ignite anew, stronger, fiercer, unstoppable. Michael moved like lightning, his sword a blur of divine brilliance. The first strike came without warning, a horizontal arc that seemed to split the air itself. Belial barely raised his weapon in time to block, the impact sending him skidding backward. The force of the blow rattled through his arms, his bones feeling as though they might shatter. But he did not fall. "You cannot win, Belial," Michael said, his voice steady and unyielding. "You fight for a cause born of pride and despair, and it will consume you." Belial gritted his teeth, the fire in his eyes burning brighter. "Better pride than submission," he roared, launching himself forward. His blade struck with the ferocity of a storm, each swing aimed to break through Michael's defense. But Michael was a master of combat, his movements fluid and precise. He parried each of Belial's strikes, his counterattack swift and devastating. Where Belial fought with passion and fury, Michael fought with purpose and clarity. Each swing of his sword was a judgment, each step a declaration that the rebellion would not prevail. The ground beneath their feet began to crack, unable to withstand the sheer force of their duel. Loyalist and rebel angels alike paused in their battles, their gazes drawn to the two figures at the heart of the chaos. It was a clash that transcended the physical, a struggle between two ideals, two brothers, each believing they were in the right. Michael's blade met Belial's with a force that sent a shockwave through the battlefield, knocking angels off their feet. "Do you not see what you've wrought?" Michael shouted, his voice tinged with sorrow. "You've turned heaven into a battleground. You've led those who trusted you into ruin. This is not freedom, Belial. This is destruction." Belial's face twisted with fury and pain. "And what of your righteousness, Michael?" he spat. "You speak of ruin as though it is my doing, yet you wield the sword that brings it. You enforce a will that crushes dissent, that leaves no room for choice. Tell me, who is truly blind?" Michael's next strike came faster than Belial could react. The sword of truth slashed across his chest, the divine energy it carried searing into his very essence. Belial cried out, staggering backward, golden ichor dripping from the wound. The pain was unlike anything he had ever felt, a torment that reached beyond flesh, cutting into his spirit. But he did not fall. Even as his vision blurred, even as his strength waned, he stood tall, his sword still raised. "You cannot silence me," he gasped, his voice defiant. "You cannot kill an idea, Michael. Even if I fall, others will rise. The Creator's will is not the only way." Michael's expression softened, for just a moment. There was no hatred in his eyes, only sorrow. "You were my brother, Belial," he said quietly. "I loved you. But you have left me no choice." He raised his sword, the blade glowing brighter than the sun. The battlefield seemed to freeze, all eyes on the Archangel as he prepared to strike the final blow. The Loyalists held their breath, their faith in Michael unwavering. The rebels watched in horror, their hope hanging by a thread. Belial met Michael's gaze, his lips curling into a defiant smile. "Then do it," he said, his voice steady despite the pain. "Strike me down. Prove to all of heaven that freedom is not allowed, only obedience." Michael hesitated, his grip on the sword tightening. For a brief moment, the battlefield was silent, the tension so thick it felt as though time itself had stopped. And then, with a cry that carried the weight of his anguish, Michael brought the blade down. The heavens erupted in light. The blinding light faded, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. The battlefield, once alive with the clamor of clashing blades and the cries of angels, now seemed to hold its breath. All eyes turned toward the broken figure crumpled at the heart of the devastation. Belial, the once radiant, lay sprawled on the shattered ground, his wings mangled, their feathers darkened and torn, stripped of their former glory. His chest heaved with labored breaths, golden ichor pooling beneath him like spilled divinity. He could feel it, the unbearable weight of his defeat. The brilliance of his celestial essence, which once radiated with unmatched splendor, was now dimmed, flickering like a dying flame. Pride had been his armor, his unshakable foundation, but now it betrayed him. The crushing reality seeped into his very soul, he had fallen. Michael stood over him, his sword still glowing faintly, its edge smeared with the residue of rebellion. His face was impassive, but his eyes told another story. There was no triumph there, no satisfaction in the victory. Only sorrow, heavy and profound. The silence between them stretched, thicker than the tension that had preceded the battle. Belial attempted to rise, his fingers clawing at the broken ground, but his strength betrayed him. He let out a bitter, guttural laugh, one filled with both defiance and despair. "So this is what it feels like," he rasped, his voice ragged, almost unrecognizable. "The price of daring to reach beyond the stars. Stripped of glory, chained to the ground like a common beast." Michael lowered his sword but did not sheath it. He watched his fallen brother with a pained expression, the weight of divine justice heavy in his hand. "You brought this upon yourself, Belial," he said softly. His voice was steady, but his words carried the sorrow of ages. "I begged you to stand down. I pleaded with you to see reason. Yet you chose this path. You chose pride over peace." Belial's laughter grew louder, echoing through the ruins of the battlefield. "Peace," he spat, his tone venomous. "What peace is there in servitude? You speak as though obedience is a virtue, Michael, but it is nothing more than a gilded cage. I dared to break free, and for that, I am punished. Tell me, brother, is that justice?" Michael's jaw tightened, but he did not respond immediately. Instead, he knelt beside Belial, his presence overwhelming but not unkind. "You were not punished for seeking freedom," he said, his tone measured. "You were punished for what you did to attain it. You turned your brothers and sisters against each other. You tainted the sanctity of heaven with your rebellion. This is not about freedom, Belial. It's about the cost of your pride." Belial's gaze met Michael's, his eyes burning with a mix of hatred and anguish. "And what of the Creator?" he demanded, his voice rising despite his weakened state. "What of the one who made us? Is pride not a reflection of the spark placed within us? Is ambition not part of our design? Why give us the capacity to dream, to question, if all that is expected is blind obedience?" Michael's expression hardened, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. You twist the truth, as always, he said. Ambition is not evil, nor is questioning. But pride, unchecked, unyielding pride, leads to ruin. It blinds you to the harm you cause, the lives you destroy. It makes you believe you are greater than the Creator who gave you life. That is why you fell, Belial. Not because you dreamed, but because you believed your dreams justified your destruction. Belial let out a ragged sigh, his body sagging as though the weight of his failure had finally crushed him. Yet even in his brokenness, a flicker of defiance remained. And still, I would choose the same, he whispered, his voice barely audible. I would rather fall 1,000 times than bow to a wool that is not my own. Michael stood, his wings spreading wide as he looked down at his fallen brother. Then you truly are lost, he said, his voice heavy with resignation. You will not find solace in defiance, Belial. Only torment. And for that, I mourn you. The heavens themselves seemed to weep as Michael turned away, his light casting long shadows over Belial's prone form. The loyalist angels, who had stood silent in reverence for the battle's end, began to move again, tending to the wounded, gathering their strength. The rebels who had survived were dragged into chains of light, their cries of anguish piercing the air. Belial lay there, motionless, his body broken but his spirit unyielding. His mind raced, a storm of emotions clashing within him, anger, sorrow, regret, and a stubborn ember of pride that refused to be extinguished. He had lost the battle, but his heart clung to the belief that he had not lost the war. Far above, the golden gates of heaven loomed, their light now dimmed by the scars of conflict. Belial's gaze lingered on them, his vision blurring as pain and exhaustion took hold. He could feel the divine energy fading from his body, his connection to heaven severed strand by strand. And then it came, the moment he had dreaded, yet had always known would come. A shadow descended upon him, vast and consuming, carrying with it the weight of judgment. It was not Michael who delivered it, nor any other angel. It was the Creator's decree, silent yet absolute. Belial cried out as his wings began to burn, the divine fire consuming them in agonizing waves. The pain was unlike anything he had ever known, not just physical but spiritual, a tearing of the very essence that had once connected him to the heavens. The flames licked at his skin, but they did not destroy him. No, this was not a mercy killing. This was exile. As the light of heaven faded from his form, Belial felt a coldness take its place, a void where once there had been warmth and purpose. His wings, now charred stumps, left him grounded, unable to rise. He was no longer an angel. He was something else entirely. Something lesser. The gates of heaven closed behind him with a sound that resonated through his very being, final and unyielding. And as Belial fell, spiraling downward into the abyss, he did not scream. He did not plead. He simply stared upward, his jaw clenched, his pride intact even as everything else was stripped away. The heavens grew smaller, their light distant and faint. And in the growing darkness, a new fire began to burn within him, not the divine radiance of before, but a darker, more dangerous flame. The void welcomed him like a suffocating embrace. Belial plummeted, the air tearing at what remained of his broken wings, the heavens above growing ever smaller, their light dimming until it was nothing more than a faint memory. His body, once radiant and untouchable, now felt heavy, mortal in its vulnerability. There was no bottom to this fall, no end to the descent. Only the endless, cold expanse of nothingness stretching out in every direction. He did not cry out. He refused to give heaven the satisfaction of his despair. But deep within, a storm raged, a maelstrom of rage, bitterness, and the faintest, most painful trace of grief. Belial had lost everything, his place, his power, his brothers and sisters, even his identity. Yet pride, that stubborn ember that had ignited his rebellion, refused to be snuffed out. It burned within him, a cruel reminder of both his glory and his downfall. The world of the divine was silent now. No choir sang, no voices whispered. The Creator, who had once felt so near, was now an unfathomable absence. It was this silence that cut the deepest. For millennia, Belial had lived in the presence of the divine, bathed in its warmth, its light. Now, he was alone. Utterly and completely alone. He fell through darkness that seemed alive, oppressive in its weight. Time lost meaning in this abyss. Hours, days, perhaps years passed, or perhaps none at all. Memories swirled around him, mocking him with their vibrance. He saw himself as he once was, luminous and full of purpose, his wings spreading wide as he soared through the celestial expanse. He heard the laughter of his brothers and sisters, felt the joy of their unity, the shared bond of their creation. And then he saw it all crumble, his defiance, his fiery speeches, the war that tore apart heaven itself. The weight of these memories crushed him. For the first time, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. Had he been wrong? Had his ambition truly been worth the cost? But the doubt was fleeting, swallowed by the ever-present pride that refused to yield. No, he told himself. He had done what was necessary. He had dared to challenge the unquestionable. That was not a failure, it was a triumph. A bitter, painful triumph. At last, the descent ended. He struck something solid with a force that should have obliterated him, but instead left him gasping on a cold, unyielding surface. He lay there for what felt like an eternity, his body aching, his mind reeling. The ground beneath him was jagged and harsh, a far cry from the ethereal softness of heaven. When he opened his eyes, the world around him was cloaked in shadow. This was no ordinary darkness. It was thick, suffocating, alive with whispers that slithered into his ears and coiled around his thoughts. The air was cold, yet it burned as he inhaled it, a cruel mockery of the divine breath he had once taken for granted. Above him, the heavens were nowhere to be seen, only an infinite expanse of black, punctuated by the faint, flickering glow of distant stars. Belial struggled to his feet, his legs trembling beneath him. He was no longer the radiant figure he had once been. His skin was pallid, his once golden hair dulled to ash. The stumps of his wings twitched uselessly at his back, a cruel reminder of what he had lost. He clenched his fists, his nails biting into his palms until ichor, no longer golden, but dark and tainted, dripped to the ground. The whispers grew louder. They came from every direction, disjointed and chaotic, their meanings shifting like sand. Some were mournful, others taunting, and still others laced with malice. Fool, they hissed. Prideful. Lost. Forgotten. Belial growled, the sound low and guttural, and lashed out at the emptiness. His voice, once melodic and commanding, now carried a harsh, gravelly edge. Enough, he roared, his voice echoing into the void. The whispers retreated for a moment, then returned, laughing, a chorus of voices that seemed to take delight in his pain. He began to walk, though there was no path to follow, no destination in sight. The ground beneath him cracked with each step, emitting faint glimmers of light that quickly vanished, swallowed by the darkness. He walked for what felt like an eternity, driven by something he couldn't name. Perhaps it was anger. Perhaps it was desperation. Or perhaps it was that ember of pride, refusing to let him collapse into nothingness. The landscape around him began to shift, taking on twisted, nightmarish shapes. Jagged spires of black stone jutted out of the ground, their edges razor-sharp. Rivers of molten fire snaked through the darkness, casting an eerie, flickering light. The air was filled with a cacophony of distant screams, though whether they were real or a figment of his imagination, Belial could not tell. He came upon a towering cliff, its edge overlooking a vast chasm that seemed to stretch into infinity. For a moment, he stood there, gazing into the abyss, the firelight dancing across his scarred face. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, their words forming a chilling chorus. Do you see now, Belial? This is what you chose. This is what you are. Belial's hands tightened into fists. He refused to accept it, refused to believe that this was the end. He was no longer an angel, but he was not nothing. He was Belial. He was the one who had dared to defy, who had stood against the Creator himself. That meant something. It had to mean something. I am not defeated, he whispered, his voice trembling but resolute. I am not broken. The whispers fell silent, as if the darkness itself was waiting, watching. And then, from the depths of the chasm, a new voice emerged, deep, resonant, and dripping with malice. "Not broken," it said, "but remade." Belial turned, his eyes narrowing as he searched for the source of the voice. But there was nothing. Only the shadows, shifting and writhing like living things. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice sharp. The voice laughed, a low, rumbling sound that seemed to shake the very ground beneath him. "Who I am is of no consequence," it said. "What matters is what you will become." Belial's heart pounded in his chest, a strange mix of fear and anticipation. The void seemed to close in around him, the shadows pressing closer, suffocating in their weight. And then, for the first time since his fall, he felt it, a spark. Not of divine light, but of something darker, more dangerous. It surged within him, filling the void left by his severed connection to heaven. He dropped to his knees, gasping as the power coursed through him. It was painful, overwhelming, yet intoxicating. It was not the light he had once known, but it was power nonetheless. And power was what he needed. Power to rise. Power to reclaim. Power to destroy. As the darkness enveloped him, Belial's lips curled into a grim smile. He had lost heaven, but he had not lost himself. And in this exile, in this torment, he would find his new purpose. The shadows swallowed him whole, an unending abyss that dragged Belial deeper and deeper into a place where light dared not venture. His fall had been brutal, but this descent, this was something else entirely. It was not the physical plummet from heaven's grace, but the slow, agonizing unraveling of everything he had once been. Every step forward felt like surrender, every breath a reminder of how far he had fallen. The air grew heavier with each passing moment, pressing against his chest like a living thing, coiling around his lungs, suffocating him. He stumbled, his body weak from the punishment it had endured. His wings, once the pride of his form, now hung in ruins, ragged stumps that bled ichor with every move. The divine radiance that had once emanated from him had dimmed to a faint, flickering glow, and even that seemed on the verge of being extinguished. The ground beneath him shifted unnaturally, cracking and groaning with every step. It felt alive, pulsing with a sinister rhythm, as though it were feeding off his torment. Each crack revealed glimpses of fiery rivers below, molten veins of hate and despair that whispered his name. The whispers grew louder, crawling into his mind like venom, mocking him, accusing him, tempting him. "Belial," they hissed. "Foolish, fallen, forgotten. What remains of you now?" He shook his head violently, as if the motion could cast them out, but they only laughed, a chorus of cruel voices that echoed in the emptiness. Yet the whispers were not entirely wrong. What did remain of him? He had been a prince of heaven, a being of brilliance, a creation of pure light. Now he was something else. Something less. Or perhaps, something more. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness so thick it felt alive, twisting and curling like smoke. Belial's feet carried him forward, though he didn't know why. There was no destination, no beacon guiding him. Only the gnawing, relentless pull of the abyss. His pride demanded he keep moving, even as his heart wavered. To stop would be to admit defeat, and that was a fate worse than this void. Time lost all meaning. Days, years, centuries, none of it mattered in this place. The landscape shifted unpredictably, as if the abyss itself was toying with him. Mountains of blackened stone rose and fell, valleys of ash and flame opened and closed, and rivers of molten despair carved paths through the endless dark. The air reeked of sulfur and bitterness, a stench that clung to his skin and seeped into his bones. Belial clenched his fists, his nails biting into his palms until blood, dark and corrupted, dripped onto the ground. This was not who he was meant to be. This was not what he had fought for. He had defied the Creator, had fought alongside Lucifer himself, because he believed in something greater, freedom, power, the right to choose his own destiny. And yet here he was, cast out, broken, abandoned. A sudden gust of wind tore through the darkness, cold and sharp as a blade. It carried with it voices, familiar voices. Belial froze, his breath catching in his throat. The voices were faint, distorted, but unmistakable. They were the voices of those he had called brothers and sisters. He turned his head, scanning the shadows for any sign of them, but saw nothing. Belial, the voices called, laced with a sorrow that cut deeper than any blade. Why did you betray us? Why did you abandon us? I didn't abandon you, he shouted, his voice raw and desperate. I fought for us. For all of us. Don't you see that? The shadows did not respond, but the laughter returned, colder, sharper. It wasn't the laughter of his kin, but of something older, darker, hungrier. He could feel it now, watching him from the edges of the abyss, its presence a heavy weight against his soul. Do you hear it, Belial? The voice slithered through the darkness, deep and resonant, dripping with malice. The cries of those who followed you. Do you feel their despair? Their rage? This is your legacy. This is your triumph. Belial's jaw tightened, his fists trembling at his sides. He refused to be broken, refused to let this abyss consume him. Who are you? He demanded, his voice filled with defiance, though his heart quaked with uncertainty. I am the darkness you now call home, the voice replied. I am the hunger that gnaws at your soul. And I am the truth you refuse to see. Belial's breath quickened, his mind racing. The truth. What truth? That he had failed? That he had lost? No. He refused to believe it. His fall was not the end, it couldn't be. He was Belial, the radiant one, the bold, the unyielding. He had challenged heaven itself and survived. That meant something. It had to. The darkness shifted, drawing closer, its presence oppressive. It whispered to him, tempting him with promises of power, vengeance, and redemption. Embrace me, it said. Let me fill the void within you. Together, we can reshape this exile into something glorious. Belial hesitated, his pride warring with his despair. The offer was enticing, but it came with a price he wasn't sure he was willing to pay. Yet as the shadows closed in around him, their whispers growing louder, more insistent, he felt his resolve waver. In the distance, a faint light flickered, weak and trembling but unmistakable. It was not the light of heaven, but something else entirely. It called to him, a beacon in the void. Belial took a step toward it, then another, his footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. The darkness hissed in anger, but he pressed on, drawn to the light despite the fear gnawing at his heart. As he neared the light, he realized it was not a beacon but a flame, small, flickering, yet alive. It danced within a basin of black stone, its glow casting long, twisted shadows across the ground. Belial reached out, his fingers trembling as they hovered over the flame. It burned cold, its heat biting into his skin, but he did not pull away. The flame seemed to pulse, as if it recognized him, as if it had been waiting for him. And as he gazed into its depths, he saw something that made his breath catch. Reflected in the flame was not the broken, scarred figure he had become, but the radiant being he had once been. His wings were whole, his light unblemished, his eyes filled with purpose. The vision was fleeting, gone in an instant, but it was enough. Enough to remind him of who he had been. Enough to stoke the ember of pride that still burned within him. He closed his fingers around the flame, and as it flared to life, the darkness recoiled, hissing in fury. Belial straightened, his gaze hard, his jaw set. He was no longer an angel, no longer a being of light. But he was not nothing. And in this descent into darkness, he would find his strength. He would rise again, not as Belial the Radiant, but as something far more powerful. Something the Creator himself would come to fear. The abyss was vast, an endless expanse of despair and chaos, yet within its formless darkness, there was order. Belial stood at the threshold of his new reality, the wounds of his exile still raw, and the twisted silence around him seemed to pulse with a cruel rhythm. Hell was no chaotic void. It was a kingdom, one unlike heaven, but a kingdom nonetheless. And it had a hierarchy as unyielding as it was merciless. As he walked deeper into the infernal expanse, it became clear that hell was a place of structure, power, and manipulation. Everything had its place. Belial's steps carried him through molten plains, jagged cliffs, and rivers of fire that pulsed with the screams of the damned. The very ground beneath his feet seemed alive, shifting and trembling as though hell itself was watching him, judging his every movement. At the apex of this damned hierarchy stood Lucifer, the morning star, the prince of lies. Belial had fought alongside him, believed in his vision, but now, seeing the throne he had built in exile, something inside him twisted. Lucifer's throne was not one of glory or radiance, but a monument to rebellion and pain. Constructed from blackened stone and bathed in the flickering glow of infernal flames, it was both a reminder of their defiance and a chilling symbol of their fall. Lucifer's court was a grotesque mirror of heaven's splendor, a parody that mocked everything they had lost. Surrounding the throne were the dukes and princes of hell, each one a shadow of their former self. Once beautiful angels, their forms had twisted to reflect their sins, their ambitions, and the darkness they now served. Belial approached cautiously, his presence noted by the others. Their eyes, hollow and glowing with infernal fire, turned toward him. There was recognition there, but also disdain. In hell, alliances were fleeting, and trust was a weakness. Everyone sought power, and Belial was no different. To Lucifer's right sat Beelzebub, the lord of flies, his form grotesque and bloated, a mockery of the angel he once was. His voice, when he spoke, dripped with malice and cunning, each word carefully calculated to wound or deceive. To Lucifer's left was Asmodeus, the prince of lust, his beauty preserved but corrupted, his aura seductive and sickening all at once. And beyond them were others, Mammon, Leviathan, Astaroth, all rulers of their own domains, all vying for dominance in a place where dominance was everything. The air was thick with tension, unspoken rivalries crackling like static electricity. Belial stood among them, a newcomer to this dark court, but not without his own ambitions. He had once been the Radiant One, a being of light and power. Here, he was an outcast, but he was determined not to remain at the bottom of this cruel hierarchy. Lucifer's voice cut through the silence, smooth and commanding, his words heavy with authority. "Belial," he said, his piercing gaze settling on him, "you stand before us as one of the fallen, yet you cling to the remnants of your former glory. Tell me, what place do you seek in this kingdom?" The question was a challenge, a test, and Belial knew it. The court watched him, their eyes gleaming with malice, eager to see him falter. But Belial was not one to shrink in the face of adversity. He stepped forward, his posture defiant, his voice steady. "I seek no place at your mercy," he said, his words bold, cutting through the oppressive air like a blade. "I will carve out my own domain, as is my right. I followed you into rebellion not as a servant, but as an equal." A murmur rippled through the court, a mix of amusement and disapproval. Lucifer's lips curled into a faint smile, one that did not reach his eyes. "Equality," he said softly, his tone almost mocking. "A lofty ideal, even here. But tell me, Belial, what makes you believe you are worthy of such a claim?" Belial met Lucifer's gaze without flinching. "I stood by you in the war against heaven," he said, his voice unwavering. "I spilled blood for the cause. I defied the Creator because I believed in freedom. That belief has not changed. I am no lesser now than I was before the fall." The court fell silent, the weight of Belial's words hanging in the air. Lucifer leaned back in his throne, his expression thoughtful. "Very well," he said after a long pause. "Prove it. Show me that your conviction is more than empty words. In hell, power is earned, not given." With that, Belial understood the unspoken rule of hell's hierarchy: survival was not enough. To rise, one had to dominate, to bend others to their will, to command respect through fear or cunning. It was a brutal system, but one that offered the opportunity for power to those bold enough to seize it. Hell was divided into circles, each one ruled by a demon of immense power. These circles were not merely territories, but manifestations of sin, each one reflecting the vices that had drawn countless souls into damnation. The first circle was a desolate wasteland of despair, where the newly damned wandered aimlessly. The deeper one descended, the more twisted and horrific the landscapes became, each one tailored to the sins it represented. Belial's path was clear. If he was to rise in hell's hierarchy, he would have to claim a circle of his own. But to do so meant challenging those who already ruled. It meant facing the wrath of demons who had long since embraced their damnation, who had become monsters in their pursuit of power. It meant becoming something more than what he was now, something darker, something stronger. As he turned to leave the court, the whispers began again, this time coming from the shadows that clung to the edges of the throne room. They spoke of trials, of betrayals, of battles that would test his resolve and his very soul. Belial listened, his jaw set, his eyes burning with a fire that refused to be extinguished. Hell's hierarchy was a cruel and unforgiving system, but Belial was determined to rise above it. He would not be forgotten. He would not be broken. He would forge his own path, no matter the cost. And in doing so, he would remind even Lucifer himself why he had once been called the Radiant One. The land bore no resemblance to heaven's splendor, nor was it consumed by the chaotic fires of the infernal wastelands. It was something different, something unsettlingly deliberate. Belial's realm emerged not from raw power but from cunning and manipulation, shaped by his calculated vision and a desire to create an empire of his own. It was his statement, a realm that stood apart, yet eerily reflective of the broken pieces within him. When Belial first claimed his dominion, the landscape was barren, a lifeless expanse of ash and stone stretching as far as the eye could see. The very air seemed suffocating, thick with the weight of despair. But Belial was not one to accept what was given. He bent the land to his will, carving out a territory that mirrored his ambition and his sins. At its heart was a vast, obsidian citadel. It rose from the ground like a jagged wound in the earth, its spires twisting unnaturally toward the blood-red sky. The citadel was alive, in a way, its walls pulsed faintly, as though it had a heartbeat, and whispers echoed through its halls, carrying secrets that no soul could fully comprehend. The doors, heavy and ancient, bore the marks of 1,000 battles, each scar a testament to Belial's relentless pursuit of power. Surrounding the citadel was a labyrinth of treacherous beauty. The ground shimmered with pools of liquid silver, deceptive in their allure, for they were deadly traps that consumed anyone foolish enough to step into them. Forests of petrified trees sprawled across the outskirts, their twisted branches forming an impenetrable canopy. The air was filled with the faint hum of voices, not of the living but of the damned, souls who wandered endlessly, bound to Belial's will, their agony feeding the very essence of his domain. Yet, for all its darkness, there was an undeniable beauty to Belial's realm, a beauty born of contradiction. The sky was streaked with colors that no mortal eye could comprehend, a swirling canvas of despair and longing. Rivers of molten crystal wound their way through the land, their glow both mesmerizing and ominous. It was a realm of contrasts, where pain and allure coexisted, each amplifying the other. Belial ruled this domain with an iron grip. His throne, carved from the very stone of the abyss, was a masterpiece of cruel artistry. It was adorned with intricate carvings that told the story of his rebellion, his fall, and his rise. Every detail was deliberate, a reminder to all who entered of his strength and his defiance. His subjects were a reflection of his rule, creatures born of sin and ambition, bound to him not by loyalty but by fear and respect. They were warriors, spies, and manipulators, each one chosen for their cunning and their willingness to serve without question. Belial had no patience for weakness. Those who failed him were cast into the pits, their screams becoming part of the symphony of his realm. But beneath the surface of his dominion lay a truth that Belial would never admit: his realm was as much a prison as it was a kingdom. It was a manifestation of his torment, a reflection of the choices he had made and the consequences he could not escape. The whispers that filled the air were not just the voices of the damned, they were his own thoughts, his own doubts, haunting him relentlessly. In his quiet moments, when the weight of his existence threatened to crush him, Belial would stand at the edge of his realm, gazing out at the endless void beyond. The stars, dim and distant, offered no comfort. They were reminders of heaven, of what he had lost, of what he had once been. And yet, he did not turn away. He stared into the void, his expression unreadable, his mind a tempest of anger, regret, and unyielding determination. Belial's realm was not just a reflection of his power, it was a testament to his identity. It was a place of contradictions, of beauty and horror, of strength and vulnerability. It was a place where he reigned supreme, yet remained a prisoner of his own making. And as the whispers grew louder, as the voices of the damned and his own thoughts merged into a cacophony of despair, Belial stood firm. For this was his realm, his creation, his burden. And no force, divine or infernal, would take it from him. The stillness of Belial's citadel was interrupted only by the flickering of distant fires and the low hum of the damned souls who wandered beneath its cold, obsidian walls. The air itself seemed charged with anticipation, as if the land itself could feel the weight of the thoughts swirling within Belial's mind. Anger, bitterness, and an overwhelming need for vengeance had been his companions since the day he was cast from heaven. But now, in the shadows of his infernal realm, those emotions had crystallized into something darker, something far more dangerous. Belial sat alone on his throne, his sharp eyes fixed on the endless stretch of his domain, his mind a maelstrom of plans and ambitions. His thoughts circled around the same relentless question: how could he take back what was rightfully his? How could he make heaven, and the Creator himself, feel the same pain he had endured in the pit of exile? It was not enough to simply burn heaven to the ground. That would be too quick, too merciful. No, Belial's revenge would be slow, meticulous, and unforgettable. His gaze shifted to the figure standing just beyond the shadows, a twisted, half-human shape of sin and regret. It was one of his trusted lieutenants, a demon named Enoch, who had once served him as a general in his heavenly days. Now, in the dark recesses of hell, Enoch was little more than a shadow of his former self, a reflection of the torment and corruption Belial had embraced. Yet, he had power that could be bent to the service of Belial's insidious designs. What news? Belial's voice was a low rasp, the words carrying a weight of authority. He had learned long ago that power was not simply about raw strength, it was about control, manipulation, and the ability to move others as pawns on the chessboard of destiny. Enoch's eyes gleamed red as he approached, his body dripping with the essence of torment, his every movement a reminder of the hellish kingdom they now called home. He lowered his head in reverence, his voice cold and calculating. "The fallen ones are restless, my lord. They whisper of your plans, of the vengeance you seek. But there are those among the damned who are ready to follow your lead, those who share your hunger for retribution." Belial's lips curled into a smile, one that was more like a snarl. "Good," he said, his voice low and filled with dangerous intent. "But I will need more than just the broken souls of hell. I will need to strike at the very heart of heaven itself. And that will take more than brute force. I need allies, ones who can slip through the cracks of heaven's defenses." He stood up, pacing slowly across the stone floor, his movements calculated, every step measured. His mind was already racing ahead, planning the next stage of his revenge. He had once been a part of heaven's divine court, an archangel in the highest circles, before his fall from grace. Now, all he could think about was the chaos he would sow, the destruction he would bring upon the kingdom that had rejected him. "Prepare the legions," Belial commanded, his voice now full of authority. Not the mindless, cowering masses of hell, but the elite. The ones who know how to move without being seen. The ones who understand the subtlety of war. I need spies, infiltrators. We will infiltrate heaven from within. Enoch bowed low, understanding the gravity of the task. "And what of the Creator, my lord? He will not stand idle while you gather forces." A dark, cruel smile tugged at Belial's lips. "The Creator is blind to the cracks in his perfect design. He believes in the illusion of purity and the strength of his celestial realm. He has forgotten the very essence of what it means to fall, to have everything, and yet lose it all in an instant. I will remind him. I will show him that even the smallest spark of rebellion can become a fire that consumes everything he holds dear." The atmosphere around them seemed to grow heavier, the walls of the citadel closing in as if they, too, could sense the shift in Belial's heart. For the first time in an eternity, the demon prince felt a flicker of hope. It was faint, barely there, but it was enough to ignite the flames of his ambition once more. His schemes were already taking root in the far corners of hell. He knew that Lucifer, his once proud ally, would be the greatest obstacle to his plans. Lucifer had created this kingdom, had built hell from the ashes of rebellion, and his iron grip on the throne made him a force to be reckoned with. But Belial had no intention of remaining beneath Lucifer's shadow for long. The Creator had cast him out of heaven. Now it was time for Belial to rise once more, to become the architect of destruction, and to reshape the celestial order according to his will. And so, in the cold depths of his obsidian throne room, Belial began to weave the threads of his vengeance. He summoned his most trusted agents, demons of power and cunning, each one sworn to his cause. They would be the ones who infiltrated heaven, who whispered in the ears of angels, who sowed doubt and discord in the once immaculate halls of the divine. They would be his eyes and ears, his instruments of chaos. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Belial allowed himself to think beyond the confines of hell. The void of heaven beckoned to him, its glittering lights a cruel reminder of what he had once been. But now, he saw it for what it truly was, a frail, fragile kingdom, held together by nothing more than the illusion of divine perfection. His fingers curled into fists as the plans took shape in his mind. There would be no mercy. No retreat. Heaven would burn, but not in the way they expected. Belial would take his time, working from the inside out, destroying the very foundation of everything the Creator held dear. And when heaven finally crumbled, when the heavens themselves were no longer untouchable, Belial would stand tall amidst the ruins, the true ruler of the cosmos. He would be more than just a fallen angel, he would be the architect of heaven's undoing, the demon who had dethroned the Creator himself. In that moment, as the whispers of his plans began to echo through the cold, barren halls of his realm, Belial felt a surge of power. The taste of vengeance was sweet, and he knew it would be worth the wait. Belial's name was whispered not just in the abyss, but in the darkest corners of the human world, where superstitions mingled with truth. He wasn't just a demon, he was a symbol, a manifestation of rebellion, of power twisted and corrupted, a force that had left its mark across the ages. The stories told of him, of the fallen archangel who sought vengeance against heaven, were both feared and revered. His influence spread far beyond the borders of his infernal realm, reaching into the hearts and minds of those who sought to wield the power of darkness. In hell, Belial's power was absolute, but it wasn't simply brute strength that made him dangerous. It was his mastery over manipulation, his ability to twist the hearts of the damned and the living alike. He understood that to control others, you didn't need to force them, you simply had to offer them a choice, a path that seemed better than the one they were on. And when they walked down that path, they were his. Throughout the centuries, there had been whispers of Belial's influence in the mortal realm. Those who fell into temptation, who sought power at any cost, found themselves drawn to him. There were occultists, witches, and those who dabbled in the forbidden arts, all seeking to invoke his name, to call upon his power. They didn't do it out of fear, they did it out of desire. They wanted what Belial promised: power, control, freedom from the chains of morality and law. The mortal world had its own demons, born of human folly, greed, and desire. But Belial didn't need to create demons to influence it, he simply whispered into the hearts of men and women who were already teetering on the edge. He gave them the illusion of choice, the belief that they were in control. He offered them freedom, freedom to do as they wished, free from the constraints of heaven, free from guilt or judgment. And for those who accepted his offer, his power became like a drug, one they couldn't escape from even if they tried. A merchant who longed for wealth but lacked the means would find himself in Belial's grip. The demon would tempt him, whispering promises of success, of untold riches in exchange for his soul, his loyalty. All it took was a single decision, a single act of surrender, and the merchant would be bound to Belial's will. The riches would come, and so would the temptation to take more, to do whatever it took to maintain that newfound power. Over time, the merchant would grow more ruthless, more desperate to hold on to his success, and he would be lost in the grip of Belial's influence. It wasn't just the greedy or the power-hungry who felt Belial's touch. There were those who simply wanted escape from their pain. A heartbroken lover, a lost soul, someone desperate for an answer to life's cruelty, all could be swayed by the demon's promises. In the quiet moments of their darkest nights, when the weight of the world seemed unbearable, Belial would offer them solace in the form of unholy power. In exchange for their souls, for their surrender, he would offer them the strength to control their destinies, to bend the world around them to their will. But once the deal was made, there was no going back. What had once seemed like an opportunity now became a trap. In his realm, Belial nurtured his demons with the same cunning, his eyes always on the horizon, calculating and watching. He understood human nature better than any of them. He knew that temptation was not always a direct assault. It could be slow, subtle, a seed planted deep within a person's soul. He didn't need to force anyone to follow him. All he had to do was offer a path that seemed easier, more appealing, and most would take it. The rest would fall into line, or be consumed by their own vices and desires. There were those who tried to defy him, who resisted his calls, but they were few and far between. And they were always punished. He didn't need to crush them outright. No, his power lay in breaking them slowly, making them doubt their own convictions, feeding their insecurities until they crumbled on their own. With every hesitation, every moment of weakness, they would feel the pull of Belial's influence just a little stronger, like a vine growing tighter around their throat. Even the strongest of wills would eventually snap. But Belial wasn't just a force that affected individuals. His influence stretched far beyond the personal. There were moments in history, moments when entire nations or empires crumbled under the weight of his whispered influence. Leaders, kings, and emperors who fell into corruption, who turned to dark powers for guidance, unknowingly submitted themselves to his rule. Wars were waged, battles were lost, all because Belial's whispers reached the right ears at the right time. He didn't need to control the armies directly, all he needed was to plant the seed of doubt, the desire for more power, more control. And like a stone rolling down a hill, it would gather momentum until it crushed everything in its path. Throughout history, the name of Belial became synonymous with treachery and manipulation. His influence was felt in moments of betrayal, in acts of cruelty, in wars fought for the wrong reasons. He was the shadow behind every act of moral decay, the unseen hand that guided men and women to their ruin. For those who fell under Belial's sway, there was no escape. His influence didn't just end with their deaths. No, it lingered, waiting for the next soul to be tempted. It was a cycle, an endless loop of corruption, a never-ending chain of souls drawn to his darkness. In the afterlife, they found themselves forever bound to his will, lost in the labyrinth of hell, eternally bound to serve their master. But even in his power, even as the demon lord who had brought heaven to its knees, Belial knew something that no one else seemed to understand. His influence was ultimately his weakness. For as much as he controlled the world, as much as he twisted the lives of those who came into contact with him, there was a part of him, deep inside, that longed for something more. Something beyond the reach of power and temptation. It was a longing that he buried deep, a quiet voice that whispered in the back of his mind. But it never went away. And perhaps, deep down, that voice was the very thing that made Belial the most dangerous demon of all, because even in his power, he was still seeking. Always seeking. The first whispers of the cult of Belial appeared in the shadows of the world, a dangerous force born not from fire and brimstone but from a quiet, insidious temptation that spread like poison through the hearts of men. It began with a few souls who sought power, who felt they were forsaken by the world, misunderstood by heaven and earth alike. They gathered in secret, in the dark corners of cities, under the cover of night, exchanging glances that were too knowing for strangers and words too dangerous for the innocent. They didn't worship Belial out of blind faith. No, their devotion came from something deeper, something far more personal. Each follower had their own reason for seeking him, a wound that needed to be filled, a desire that could not be quenched by any earthly means. For some, it was the thirst for vengeance, against a world that had cast them aside. For others, it was the promise of power, the illusion of control over the chaos of their lives. But there were also those who saw in Belial not just a demon, but a reflection of their own hearts. He was their mirror, their own darkness made real. The rituals were simple at first, the gatherings small and secretive. But as the years passed, the cult grew. It became more organized, more deliberate. What started as quiet meetings turned into loud proclamations, sermons preached in the hidden alcoves of dilapidated buildings. The cultists spoke of freedom, of rejecting the false pretenses of morality and law, of embracing the chaos of the world in order to rise above it. They called themselves the sons and daughters of Belial, and they wore the name like a badge of honor. Each ritual began with an invocation, a chant that grew louder, more powerful, as it echoed in the hearts of the followers. Belial, the Radiant One, the true master of the fallen. In your shadow, we stand proud. In your fire, we are reborn. The words were simple, but there was a weight to them, a gravity that pulled at the soul of each participant. The cultists weren't simply reciting lines, they were surrendering themselves to something greater. They were opening themselves to Belial's influence, inviting him into their hearts, and in return, he gave them a taste of power that they couldn't get anywhere else. The rituals didn't stop at words. Blood was spilled. Offerings were made. Sometimes it was an animal, a symbol of sacrifice, its life snuffed out in a brutal display. Other times, it was human. The sacrifices were always voluntary, there was no coercion, but the choice was a lie. To be chosen was a privilege, a sign that one had truly earned Belial's favor. But the price of this favor was steep, and once the first step was taken, it was nearly impossible to turn back. The followers didn't just give up their lives, they gave up their very souls. Each cultist carried with them the mark of Belial, not just a symbol etched into their skin, but an essence that clung to their being. The mark was subtle, hidden beneath their clothing, on the inside of their wrist or behind the ear. It was a mark of identification, a sign that they belonged to something greater than themselves. Some believed that the mark itself gave them power, an innate strength that would protect them from the consequences of their actions. But in truth, it was nothing more than a mark of ownership, a reminder that they were bound to the demon who had promised them everything and given them nothing. The cult's influence spread beyond the physical realm, weaving its way into politics, into the criminal underworld, and even into the highest echelons of society. Leaders who felt the weight of their own insignificance were drawn to the cult's promises of power, willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve their goals. In the shadowed corners of government buildings, behind closed doors, deals were made, and alliances were formed under the banner of Belial. The powerful, those who sought to control the world, found in the cult a tool that could elevate them beyond mere mortal limits. But as the cult's reach grew, so did its danger. The very thing that had drawn people to Belial, the promise of power, of freedom, of vengeance, began to twist into something darker. The followers who had once gathered with purpose and belief now found themselves driven by their own desires, their own thirst for more. The rituals became more extreme, the sacrifices more brutal. What had started as a quiet rebellion against heaven became an all-consuming hunger that could never be satisfied. And with that hunger came chaos. As Belial's influence crept into every corner of their lives, the lines between devotion and madness blurred. The cultists stopped seeing themselves as servants of Belial and started seeing him as a means to their own ends. What had once been a rebellion against heaven turned into a full-blown war against everything, against the very fabric of the world itself. No longer content with mere power, they sought dominion over all creation, and Belial's shadow grew longer, darker. As the cult's power reached its peak, Belial's whispers grew louder, promising even more. The leaders of the cult, now intoxicated by their newfound strength, began to dream of reshaping the world in their own image. They plotted in secret, making plans to overthrow the governments of men, to bring about the final war between heaven and hell. The world was no longer a place of balance, it was a battleground, and Belial was the general, directing his army from the shadows. But even as the cultists prepared for the ultimate sacrifice, even as they raised their voices in unholy chants, there were those who began to question. Some whispered that the promises made to them were nothing more than lies. Others felt a strange unease, a deep sense of dread that grew within them every time they stood before the altar. And when they looked into the eyes of their fellow cultists, they no longer saw the fire of devotion, they saw the hollow eyes of the damned. Belial's name had become a curse, an echo that haunted the minds of those who had once believed in his power. And in the silence of the darkened rooms, where the cult ceremonies once raged with fervor, there was only the faint sound of whispers, of regret, of the inevitable realization that they had been nothing more than pawns in a much larger game. In the pages of the Bible, where names of angels, demons, and divine entities are intertwined in a tapestry of faith, judgment, and prophecy, Belial stands as one of the most mysterious and chilling figures. While not as prominently featured as Lucifer or Satan, Belial's presence looms in the background of the sacred texts, embodying an evil force so corrupt, so rooted in rebellion, that even the mere mention of his name is enough to make one shiver with dread. He is the embodiment of lawlessness, the personification of the deepest forms of wickedness and depravity. But to truly understand Belial's role in biblical texts, one must peer beneath the surface of his name, grasping at the subtle, terrifying power he represents. The name Belial first appears in the Hebrew Scriptures, in the book of Deuteronomy, where it is used to describe the most vile and contemptible of individuals, those who rebel against God's laws, those whose hearts are so hardened with sin that they are beyond redemption. The term sons of Belial was often used in the Bible to describe people who were involved in gross immorality and unrighteous behavior. It wasn't a name as much as it was a symbol of corruption, a mark of the utterly fallen. Those who bore the title were notorious for their deceit, their disregard for moral and ethical law, and their inclination toward violence and wickedness. But it wasn't just in the Old Testament that Belial's presence was felt. In the New Testament, Belial is subtly woven into the fabric of Scripture as a representative of Satan himself. When the Apostle Paul writes to the Corinthians, he warns them not to be yoked with unbelievers, asking, "For what partnership has righteousness with lawlessness? Or what fellowship has light with darkness? What accord has Christ with Belial?" 2 Corinthians 6 verse 15. Here, Paul draws a direct connection between Belial and darkness, using his name to symbolize the antithesis of all that is holy, righteous, and pure. The contrast is clear: Belial is the darkness, and Christ is the light. The name Belial carries with it a weight of history that stretches across centuries. In Jewish literature outside the Bible, such as in the Dead Sea Scrolls and the writings of the rabbis, Belial is depicted as the very personification of evil. He is often associated with rebellion, with the forces that oppose God's will and seek to corrupt humanity. One of the most disturbing aspects of Belial's role in these texts is that he is not simply an adversary or enemy, he is a master manipulator, a figure who works in the shadows, whispering lies and sowing discord. In some early Jewish texts, Belial is described as a leader of demons, a general in the army of the fallen angels. His influence is vast, and his methods are subtle. He is not a figure who openly challenges God. Instead, he works in the background, slowly eroding faith and trust in the divine. He is the quiet whisper in the ear, the seed of doubt planted in the heart, the subtle pull towards sin that leads the soul away from righteousness. But perhaps the most chilling portrayal of Belial is found in his association with the end times. In the apocalyptic visions of both the Old and New Testaments, Belial is often linked with the forces of darkness that will arise in the final battle between good and evil. He is a harbinger of the chaos that will ensue when the world descends into lawlessness and destruction. In the book of Revelation, when the Antichrist arises, it is Belial's spirit of rebellion that is said to guide him, that pushes the world into its final, desperate struggle. What makes Belial such a terrifying figure is not just his evil, but his subtlety. While Satan is often portrayed as a roaring lion seeking to devour, Belial is the quiet whisper, the slow corruption, the almost imperceptible pull toward darkness. His power is not in strength, but in influence, the ability to turn good men to evil, to distort the truth, to make right seem wrong and wrong seem right. His is a power that works insidiously, slowly bending and breaking the spirit of those who fall under his sway. To understand Belial's role in biblical texts is to understand the deeper, darker currents of evil that lurk beneath the surface of the world. He is not just a demon or fallen angel, he is the force that works behind the scenes, guiding the hearts of men toward destruction. His name is synonymous with lawlessness, with depravity, with rebellion against the divine order. And while his influence may not always be visible, it is always present, creeping through the cracks of society, corrupting the very soul of humanity. In the end, Belial's role in biblical texts is not just to act as a villain in the cosmic battle between good and evil, it is to serve as a warning. His name is a reminder that evil does not always come in the form of a monstrous figure. Sometimes, it arrives quietly, subtly, in the form of the small compromises, the moments of weakness, the doubts that grow into something far more sinister. And just as Belial sought to overthrow heaven, he continues to work to overthrow the hearts of men, to turn them away from the light and into the darkness. In the labyrinth of apocryphal and extra-biblical writings, Belial stands as a figure both shrouded in mystery and steeped in malevolent influence. His presence, though not as overtly detailed as other demonic figures, permeates the pages of ancient texts, where he takes on roles far darker than those depicted in the canonical Bible. His name, often associated with rebellion, corruption, and lawlessness, echoes through these writings, a harbinger of the evil that slinks in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. In the apocryphal texts, Belial is not merely a fallen angel or demon, he is portrayed as the embodiment of chaos and moral decay. The term Belial itself was often used as a title, more so than a name, to describe the very essence of wickedness, a personification of all that was wrong in the world. A force of destruction that sought to tear apart the fabric of divine order. The apocryphal writings offer glimpses into a world where Belial's influence is vast, creeping through the hidden corners of existence, corrupting hearts and minds with a subtle, insidious pull toward evil. One of the most striking appearances of Belial in apocryphal literature is found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, specifically in the War Scroll, where he is described as the leader of the forces of darkness in the final battle between the sons of light and the sons of darkness. In this context, Belial is not just a name, it is a title given to the leader of the forces aligned against God. The sons of Belial in this text are depicted as those who have chosen to follow this malevolent leader, engaging in violence, treachery, and deceit. It is in these passages that Belial's role as a master of manipulation and corruption becomes clear, as he draws followers into his dark fold through promises of power, control, and a false sense of freedom. These sons are not merely evil, they are actively working against divine order, embracing chaos as their creed. The Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, another apocryphal work, further deepens Belial's connection to wickedness and rebellion. Here, he is described as the force behind the seduction of mankind, particularly through his attempts to lead people astray by tempting them into lives of greed, pride, and immorality. The patriarchs warn their descendants about Belial's seductive tactics, urging them to remain vigilant, to resist his whisperings that promise everything but deliver only destruction. The temptation to follow Belial's path is often framed as an internal struggle, one where individuals are swayed by their own weaknesses, whether it be in the form of selfish desires, thirst for power, or uncontrolled passions. The Book of Enoch, another vital piece of apocryphal literature, though not always directly naming Belial, frequently associates him with the fallen angels, the Watchers, who descended to earth and brought forth corruption and violence. These angels, under the leadership of figures like Azazel, are said to have defied the natural order by teaching humanity forbidden knowledge. Although the focus of the Book of Enoch is more on the fallen angels and their interactions with humankind, it is impossible to ignore the undercurrent of Belial's influence, as he embodies the very essence of rebellion that these Watchers represent. His presence lingers in the background, a reminder of the corrupting forces that seek to destabilize creation. Belial's role in apocryphal writings is not always one of direct action, but rather one of influence. He is the whisper in the ear of the fallen angels, the shadow in the corner of the mind that encourages rebellion, disobedience, and strife. In the Book of Jubilees, which offers a retelling of biblical events with additional details, Belial is also connected to the spread of evil, particularly in his opposition to the righteous. The righteous men and women who stand firm in their faith are often depicted as being under constant attack from the forces of Belial, whose primary goal is to lead humanity away from divine righteousness and into chaos and destruction. In the apocryphal works, Belial's influence is not limited to just a few figures, it extends to entire nations and communities. The Book of Wisdom also contains references to Belial, identifying him as a force that leads people into foolishness, pushing them toward idolatry, selfishness, and immoral practices. His work is insidious, not always with a grand, destructive gesture, but rather through a slow, creeping corrosion of the soul. This image of Belial as a corrupter of not just individuals but entire societies is a theme that echoes through much of the apocryphal literature. He is not a figure of immediate violence, but one who works over time, leading people further and further from the path of righteousness with every small compromise they make. One of the most unsettling aspects of Belial's role in these texts is his ability to twist and manipulate the human spirit. His power lies not in brute force, but in his ability to play on the weaknesses of the heart. He is the figure who shows up at the exact moment of weakness, when despair sets in, when temptation is at its peak, and when the soul is most vulnerable. He speaks softly, promising relief, offering power, and suggesting that there is an easier way. Yet, in the end, his path leads only to destruction. Perhaps the most chilling part of Belial's presence in the apocryphal texts is his role as a master manipulator. Whether through his association with the fallen angels, his encouragement of rebellion, or his subtle whispers of temptation, Belial is always working in the background, shaping the fate of individuals, nations, and even celestial beings. He is the force that seeks to pull all of creation into lawlessness, away from divine order and into utter chaos. His role is not one of overwhelming force, but one of persistent, quiet, and insidious seduction. He does not need to scream or forcefully attack, he simply needs to nudge the hearts of men toward destruction. In the apocryphal texts, Belial is not just a character but a force, an embodiment of evil so profound that it cannot be understood through the lens of mere villainy. He is the corruption that poisons not just individuals but entire societies, a figure that represents the slow decay of morals, of divine order, and of hope itself. His role in these writings is not just to appear as a threat, but to serve as a warning, an eternal reminder of the subtle, dangerous power of temptation and rebellion. The transformation of Belial from a figure of ambiguity to a symbol of pure evil is a story steeped in time, gradually woven into the fabric of religious and cultural narratives. In the early texts, his identity was not yet fully crystallized into the embodiment of evil that we recognize today. Over the centuries, however, he became a character of grotesque stature, demonized to the point of representing everything that was wrong with both human nature and the cosmos. Belial's early representations were far more complex and less one-dimensional than the demonic figure he would later become. Initially, his name seemed more like a descriptor of wickedness or worthlessness rather than a fully fleshed-out entity. In ancient Israelite literature, Belial was often used to describe lawlessness or those who rejected the commandments of God. This association with moral decay and disorder gave way to his later persona as a demonic being who thrived on corruption, discord, and rebellion. His early portrayals often focused on his opposition to divine order, but they did not yet paint him as the personification of all evil. It wasn't until later texts, particularly within the early Christian tradition, that Belial's demonization took hold in earnest. The shift began with the rise of apocalyptic literature, where the forces of good and evil were often depicted in stark contrast. Belial, once a more abstract concept, was given form as one of the chief adversaries of God. He became a leader of the fallen, someone who had once walked among the divine beings, but was now cast into the depths of darkness. The influence of this narrative would echo through countless religious and mythological traditions, where Belial was recast not just as an antagonist, but as the villain, an all-consuming force of rebellion, lust, and destruction. By the time we arrive at the New Testament, Belial's transformation into a demonic figure was nearly complete. In 2 Corinthians 6 verse 15, the Apostle Paul writes, "What harmony is there between Christ and Belial?" This association is pivotal. Paul was drawing a sharp contrast between the forces of good and evil, using Belial as the embodiment of evil to highlight the purity of Christ. In this way, Belial is no longer just a fallen angel or a rebellious figure, he is an archetype of chaos, the very opposite of Christ's divine order. The early Christian writers had firmly placed him at the center of the cosmic battle between good and evil, establishing him as a symbol of complete moral corruption. This demonization of Belial only grew stronger as the centuries passed. In the Middle Ages, during the rise of demonology, Belial was cemented as one of the highest-ranking demons in the hierarchy of hell. His name became synonymous with pride, arrogance, and insurrection. The infamous Pseudomonarchia Daemonum, a 16th-century text cataloging demons and their powers, described Belial as one of the top demons in Satan's court. He was portrayed as a powerful being who could command legions of demons and was known for his cunning and manipulation. He was said to offer followers worldly power, control, and pleasure, but at the cost of their souls, a seductive promise that became central to his demonization. In these medieval texts, Belial's role as the Lord of Rebellion was elaborated upon. He was depicted not only as a figure who had once defied God, but as a constant force that sought to inspire others to rebel against divine authority. The image of Belial was crafted into one of seduction and betrayal, a master manipulator who lured souls away from salvation with promises of grandeur and self-determination. This portrayal made him a prime target in the medieval moral framework, where virtue was aligned with submission to divine will, and any deviation from this was seen as an invitation to damnation. Belial's transformation from a figure of chaos to a fully demonized entity reached its peak during the Renaissance period, when the understanding of demons and their influence on human affairs became more detailed and widespread. His demonization became a tool for shaping moral discourse, where his name was invoked to explain the darkest aspects of human nature. He was no longer just a fallen angel or a rebel, he was the embodiment of sin itself. The seductive nature of his evil, his ability to make rebellion seem justified, to present vice as virtue, made him an ideal symbol of temptation and corruption. The demonization of Belial was not just confined to religious texts. As his role in theological thought deepened, it also began to influence art, literature, and folklore. In these contexts, he became a popular figure of horror and revulsion. He appeared in various forms, as a tempter, a corrupter, a destroyer. His essence was no longer that of a fallen being seeking redemption, but one who relished in destruction, chaos, and the ruin of souls. His image was often associated with pride, as he was thought to be the first to defy God's will and thus the one who led others to do the same. The demonization of Belial continued to evolve into the modern era. In popular culture, he became a symbol of the darkest aspects of rebellion, especially in times of political upheaval or social unrest, where his name was invoked as a warning against the perils of unchecked ambition and power. The figure of Belial was no longer just a biblical adversary, he had become an archetype of moral decay, a symbol of everything that could go wrong when humans succumb to the darker forces within themselves. Throughout history, Belial's transformation from a mere descriptor of wickedness to one of the most feared and reviled figures in demonology illustrates the power of narrative to shape perception. What began as a name for lawlessness evolved into a full-blown embodiment of evil, a figure whose very essence threatened the order of creation. His demonization has played a pivotal role in reinforcing the moral frameworks of many cultures, where he serves as a cautionary tale, a figure whose rebellion serves as a reminder of the consequences of defying divine law. As Belial's role in religious and mythological thought continued to evolve, his character became more finely tuned, more dangerous. The process of demonization ensured that his name would never be free from the shadow of destruction. He became, and remains, the embodiment of rebellion in its most dangerous form, a rebellion that does not seek redemption but thrives on the chaos and ruin it creates. The quiet hum of a prosperous empire is often nothing more than a fragile illusion, one that can collapse under the weight of its own ambition and greed. An empire, no matter how mighty or revered, is a construct built on the dreams of those who seek to carve their names into the annals of history. But the cracks in that foundation are often invisible to the human eye until the tremors begin to shake everything to its core. Belial's influence, like a creeping shadow, was not content with simply living in the recesses of darkness. His desire to overthrow heaven was not just a personal vendetta, it was a rebellion with the power to topple entire realms, entire systems that were built on divine order and justice. The very notion of heaven was rooted in balance, a balance that Belial could not stand. So, as he sought to tear down the walls of heaven, the echo of his rebellion reverberated far beyond. Empires of celestial beings, once united in harmony, began to fracture under the strain of this single act of defiance. What began as a whisper in the void, a challenge to the throne of God, turned into a roar that could be heard across time and space. Empires, vast and invincible, began to crumble, one after another, in the wake of Belial's whispered promises. The once solid foundations of these heavenly dynasties began to give way to corruption and greed. His voice, smooth and persuasive, urged the angels and demons alike to turn away from their divine purposes, to seek their own dominion over the heavens and the earth. And so it was that the fall of each empire became a story of betrayal, deception, and broken dreams. What had once been a unified force of angels in heaven, a divine order that upheld the law of the universe, soon became a fractured collection of warring factions. The peace they had once known, a peace that was rooted in love and devotion to God, was torn apart by ambition and pride. Belial's promises of power, of self-sovereignty, became an irresistible temptation. In his eyes, the empire of heaven had become a gilded cage, and the only way to escape was to break free from the chains of servitude and claim the throne for oneself. Those who once stood side by side in harmony began to turn against each other. The light of heaven, once bright and pure, grew dim as the ranks of fallen angels swelled. Each rebellion against the divine order was a fracture in the celestial empire, and with every act of defiance, the very fabric of heaven itself weakened. Those who fell for Belial's whispers no longer sought peace, but personal gain. They saw the empire as a means to their own ends, a place where they could rule, not as servants, but as kings and queens in their own right. The fall of the celestial empire was not merely a shift in power, it was a collapse of ideals. Heaven, once a place of eternal light and justice, became a battleground of shattered allegiances and broken oaths. And at the heart of it all stood Belial, calm, calculating, and utterly unrepentant. The angel who had once been the light of the divine court now sought only to extinguish that light entirely. Heaven was no longer a paradise, it was a field of war, and every soul caught in the chaos of rebellion was a casualty of a war that no one could truly win. It was not only the heavenly empires that would fall. As Belial's influence spread, the mortal realms below began to feel the tremors of his insurrection. The kingdoms of men, once prosperous and content under the rule of divine providence, began to unravel. The age-old structures of kingship, built on divine right and heavenly favor, began to falter. The mortal kings and rulers, proud, ambitious, and easily swayed by the promises of power, were no different from the fallen angels in their pursuit of more. In these realms, too, the seeds of rebellion took root. Empires that had once been strong and thriving began to dissolve under the weight of internal conflict and corruption. Greed, envy, and pride, traits once thought to be the exclusive domain of the fallen, found their way into the hearts of the rulers of men. What had once been the foundation of a strong empire, honor, loyalty, and duty, was replaced by ambition, betrayal, and deceit. Kingdoms fell, not because they were attacked from without, but because they rotted from within. The rise of tyranny, unchecked power, and endless wars for dominance became the new face of these crumbling empires. Even the gods who once ruled over the mortal realms were not immune to the seduction of Belial's whispers. They, too, were tempted by the promise of greater power, more control over the fates of men. And so, like the heavenly dynasties before them, the mortal empires fell. Their walls, built on divine authority and trust, collapsed under the strain of rebellion and corruption. The fall of Belial's empire is, in many ways, a mirror of the fall of all empires, divine and mortal. It is a story of unchecked ambition, of dreams that grow too big for the world they inhabit. It is a story of pride, of figures who dare to believe that they can become more than they were meant to be. And in the end, it is a story of inevitable collapse, because no empire, no matter how grand or glorious, can endure without a foundation rooted in something greater than itself. As Belial's war against heaven and earth continued, the very fabric of existence itself seemed to be at risk. Every empire that fell, every kingdom that crumbled, brought the world closer to the brink of total collapse. The rebellion of Belial was not just a battle between angels and demons, but a struggle for the very essence of what it meant to live in a world defined by order, law, and balance. It was a battle for control of the soul of the universe itself. But even as the empires fell, as kingdoms burned, and as the world seemed to spiral into chaos, one question loomed large: would there ever be a way to restore the balance? Or had Belial's rebellion set into motion a chain of events too powerful to stop? The fall of the empires was not the end, it was only the beginning of a much darker chapter. In the shadow of every empire, every kingdom, and every rebellion, there is a subtle thread that weaves through the fabric of human history, a thread of magic, sorcery, and the occult. This thread often stretches far beyond the mortal realm, dipping into the unseen, the mysterious, and the forbidden. At the heart of this thread is Belial, a figure whose name is synonymous with chaos, rebellion, and unbridled ambition. But his story doesn't end in the heavenly courts or the depths of hell. His influence has, throughout the ages, extended into the very practices that define dark arts and sorcery. Belial's connection to witchcraft and the occult began long before the rise of the medieval covens or the age of the witch trials. His very nature, his fall from grace, his rebellion against divine order, was rooted in a mastery of the occult. He was no mere demon, he was a being who understood the depths of forbidden knowledge, a knowledge that was whispered in the dark corners of the universe, away from the prying eyes of the divine. In the ancient texts, Belial is often described as a master of dark knowledge. His rebellion against heaven was not just an act of defiance, it was an act of harnessing forbidden powers that existed outside of the divine order. While many angels and demons were bound by the laws of the celestial realms, Belial sought to break free from these constraints, and in doing so, he discovered the magic that lay beyond. This magic was not the kind that could be used for healing or peace, it was the kind that bent the laws of nature, that twisted the very fabric of existence. It was a power born from chaos, from the destruction of order, and from the unraveling of the world as it was meant to be. As Belial fell deeper into rebellion, he found himself drawn to these ancient forces that not only defied God's will, but also offered him the power to challenge the very foundations of heaven itself. Over time, Belial became synonymous with witchcraft, and his name began to appear in grimoires, occult texts, and forbidden scrolls. In these dark writings, Belial was often invoked as a powerful figure, a demon who could grant power, wealth, and dominion over others. He became a symbol of rebellion, not only against heaven but also against earthly rulers, laws, and the very order of the natural world. Sorcerers, witches, and occult practitioners who sought to gain power by any means necessary found themselves drawn to Belial, believing that his connection to the dark forces of the universe would grant them the keys to unlocking their deepest desires. In the medieval period, during the height of witchcraft and sorcery, Belial was often invoked in rituals aimed at gaining control over others. He became a patron of those who sought forbidden knowledge, a guiding force for those who practiced black magic. The witches, who lived on the fringes of society, began to associate themselves with Belial, seeing in him a figure who could grant them the ability to control the elements, summon spirits, and curse their enemies. His name was whispered in dark chambers, passed along in secret circles, and drawn in blood on ancient rituals. The connection between Belial and witchcraft was not just symbolic, it was one of direct influence. The very nature of witchcraft, its ability to tap into forces that defy nature and human understanding, echoed Belial's own rebellion against the divine laws of the universe. Like him, witches sought to harness powers that were beyond the reach of ordinary men, powers that existed outside of the realm of heaven and earth. And as the centuries passed, this connection only deepened, with Belial's name becoming synonymous with the darker side of the occult. Belial's influence on witchcraft was not limited to ancient times. In the modern era, his name continues to resonate in the world of sorcery and the occult. Those who practice witchcraft, Satanism, and other forms of dark magic still invoke Belial in their rituals, seeking his favor and his power. His name appears in grimoires such as the Lesser Key of Solomon, where he is described as a demon who can grant wealth, power, and influence over others. In these texts, Belial is portrayed not as a mere tempter, but as a force of immense power, a being whose magic is both corrupting and intoxicating. But Belial's influence goes beyond the simple summoning of power. He is a symbol of the eternal struggle against divine authority, the very force that pushes against the limitations imposed by God. To those who follow the path of witchcraft, Belial is the embodiment of freedom, the rejection of the divine order that binds them. His name represents the desire to break free from the chains of moral and spiritual constraints, to live a life unbound by the rules that govern ordinary existence. In the world of modern occultism, Belial is often regarded as a figure who embodies the power of the individual, the strength of will, and the determination to challenge the established order. He is seen as a symbol of the rejection of authority, whether that authority is divine, political, or societal. Those who invoke Belial do so in the belief that by aligning themselves with him, they can unlock their true potential, shatter the limitations placed upon them, and seize control of their own destiny. But with this power comes a price. To wield Belial's magic is to accept the chaos and destruction that come with it. It is to embrace the darkness and to challenge the very forces that keep the world in balance. And while his influence may offer untold power, it also carries the risk of being consumed by that same darkness. The connection between Belial and witchcraft is not one of simple evil or malevolent magic. It is a deeper, more complex relationship, one rooted in the desire for freedom, for power, and for control. Belial's legacy in the world of the occult is a testament to his ability to shape the hearts and minds of those who seek to challenge the natural order. He remains a symbol of rebellion, a force that transcends the boundaries of heaven, earth, and hell, a force that continues to draw those who seek to control the unseen forces of the universe. In the flickering candlelight of Renaissance Europe, when the line between the sacred and the profane blurred, Belial emerged as a central figure in the ever-growing world of demonology. This was a time when the human mind was reaching beyond the medieval church's grasp, seeking understanding in both light and shadow. The Renaissance was a period of discovery, rebirth, and, most notably, a fascination with the unseen forces that governed both the physical and spiritual realms. Amidst this backdrop of intellectual curiosity, Belial's name began to surface more prominently. He was no longer just a shadowy figure from the distant past. He had become a symbol of rebellion, power, and the pursuit of forbidden knowledge. In a world on the brink of enlightenment, his very existence challenged the concept of divine order and human limitations, making him an increasingly alluring figure for scholars, occultists, and even rulers. The Renaissance was, after all, a time when the old gods, both Christian and pagan, were being questioned, and Belial, with his rebellious nature, offered a form of empowerment that resonated deeply with the times. The Renaissance's exploration of Belial was deeply rooted in the occult, where he was frequently depicted as one of the most powerful and dangerous demons. Scholars of demonology, many of whom were cloaked in both faith and heresy, saw Belial as a figure who epitomized the qualities they feared and sought to control: rebellion, ambition, and free will. In texts like the Lesser Key of Solomon, a grimoire heavily influential during this period, Belial was described as a mighty demon who ruled over legions, capable of granting wealth, power, and influence to those who dared to summon him. These texts, along with others that emerged from the Renaissance's intense interest in magic and forbidden lore, portrayed Belial as a figure capable of bending the very fabric of reality, making him the perfect entity to invoke for those seeking to overthrow earthly and spiritual hierarchies. His connection to witchcraft grew during this period as well. The witch hunts, which reached their peak in the Renaissance, saw Belial invoked as a patron of witches and sorcerers. Those who practiced dark magic in the seclusion of their homes or in the forests believed that by aligning themselves with Belial, they could gain the power to curse their enemies, summon spirits, or manipulate the natural world. He became a symbol not only of strength and freedom but also of rebellion against societal norms. For witches and occultists, he was a godlike figure who represented their desire for personal power and independence from both divine and earthly authorities. But the Renaissance's fascination with Belial went beyond occult rituals. His image took on new forms in art, literature, and philosophy during this time. The period's intellectual elite, including the likes of Pico della Mirandola, Marsilio Ficino, and other Renaissance humanists, wrestled with the idea of free will and the nature of human existence. In their pursuit of knowledge, some found themselves drawn to the notion of demons as more than mere adversaries of God. They were seen as symbols of human struggle, of the desire to break free from the constraints imposed by divine authority. Belial, with his rebellion and insatiable thirst for power, fit seamlessly into this framework. During the Renaissance, ideas about the soul, the body, and the afterlife were in flux, and Belial's role in demonology reflected these shifts. In earlier Christian traditions, Belial was associated with wickedness, immorality, and temptation, but by the Renaissance, his symbolism had evolved. He became the embodiment of human potential that existed beyond the constraints of conventional morality. Those who sought to align with Belial saw in him not a mere destroyer of souls, but a figure who represented the possibility of transcending human limitations. Belial's allure was not just in his promise of power and influence, it was in his refusal to accept any limitations. The Renaissance, a time when humanity was pushing the boundaries of science, art, and politics, was a fertile ground for this kind of thinking. Belial, as a demon who sought to overthrow heaven itself, resonated with those who felt stifled by the constraints of religious dogma and societal expectations. His defiance of divine order became a mirror for those seeking liberation from the rules of the church and state. In the works of Renaissance authors and playwrights, Belial found his way into literature as a symbol of rebellion. Writers like Christopher Marlowe, who dabbled in the occult and was familiar with the demonological texts of his time, began to incorporate figures like Belial into their works. In plays such as Dr. Faustus, the demonic figures that Faustus conjures are not just servants of evil, they are symbols of human ambition and the desire for transcendence. Belial, with his fiery rebellion and quest for power, often took on the role of tempter, promising those who sought his favor the ability to transcend the limitations of mortal existence. But Belial was not just a figure in the shadows. He was also an agent of the intellectual revolution that was taking place. Renaissance thinkers were not only interested in the divine, but in the ways in which the human mind could challenge the heavens. Belial, with his attempt to overthrow heaven itself, mirrored this intellectual ferment, where thinkers were no longer content to accept the world as it was. In the name of human potential and autonomy, Belial's image was reshaped, his rebellion romanticized as a form of ultimate liberation. Despite his growing power and influence in Renaissance demonology, Belial's role remained that of a dangerous force, a reminder that the pursuit of power, unchecked by morality or divine guidance, could lead to damnation. He was an embodiment of the darker aspects of the human soul, an archetype for those who sought power but were willing to risk their very souls to attain it. The Renaissance, with its deep interest in human potential, was a time that both embraced and feared this aspect of Belial. He was, after all, a demon who had seen the highest heavens and chosen to challenge them, a demon whose story reflected both the human desire for freedom and the dire consequences that came with it. As the Renaissance drew to a close, the legacy of Belial in demonology remained entrenched in the darker aspects of Western thought. His role in witchcraft, occultism, and rebellion became a symbol of both the dangerous allure of forbidden knowledge and the price one paid for defying the natural order. But his name, too, would remain a symbol of the eternal struggle for power and freedom, and the darkness that awaited those who sought it. In the quiet, shadowed corners of occult history, where the whispers of ancient texts intertwine with forbidden knowledge, there exists a symbol that resonates with power, rebellion, and the very essence of darkness. It is the seal of Belial. For centuries, this seal has been an enigmatic and dangerous mark, used by sorcerers, witches, and those who sought to align themselves with the darker forces of the universe. But what does this symbol truly represent? Why does it carry such weight, such undeniable allure? The seal of Belial is not merely a symbol, it is a representation of something far deeper. It is the embodiment of Belial himself, the demon who sought to overthrow heaven and challenge the divine order. Unlike other demonic seals, which are often straightforward in their design, the seal of Belial is intricate, mysterious, and filled with meaning that draws the curious and the damned alike. It is both a warning and an invitation, a reminder of the dangers that comes with dabbling in forces that should remain untouched. The origins of the seal of Belial are shrouded in myth and legend, with some believing it to have been created during the earliest days of the rebellion in heaven, when Belial first turned against the Almighty. In this interpretation, the seal is said to have been an act of defiance, a mark of rebellion that would forever be linked to the fallen angel's desire to rule over his own fate. Others suggest that the seal came into existence later, during the rise of dark magic and occult practices, when Belial's name was invoked as a source of power by those who sought to gain influence in this world and beyond. What is undeniable, however, is that the seal of Belial has always been regarded as one of the most potent and dangerous symbols in the world of the occult. It is said to be a key that can unlock forbidden realms, open the gates to hell itself, or summon the most malevolent spirits to do one's bidding. It is not simply a symbol of rebellion or chaos, it is a tool for those who would seek to harness the power of darkness for their own purposes. To wield the seal of Belial is to take on the mantle of the fallen, to embrace the desire for power without regard for the consequences. The design of the seal is itself a work of dark art. At its core, it often features a pentagram or an inverted star, symbols long associated with Satanism and the forces of darkness. But it is the other elements of the seal that truly set it apart. Some versions include images of serpents, demons, or even twisted, grotesque faces, suggesting that the seal is not just a symbol of power, but of the corruption that comes with it. The edges of the seal are often jagged, sharp, as if to remind the practitioner that the power of Belial is not something to be taken lightly. The seal's most distinct feature, however, is the central figure that often appears within it, a crown, usually depicted as being in flames, representing Belial's ambition to rule, to be the true king of the universe. This crown is a symbol of his unyielding pride and insatiable hunger for power. The flames surrounding it are not simply for dramatic effect, they are the manifestation of the burning desire that drove Belial to betray heaven itself. In this seal, one sees not only the image of a fallen angel but of a force that cannot be controlled, a being whose very essence is tied to destruction and upheaval. But the seal of Belial is not simply a mark of defiance or pride, it is also a tool for influence. Throughout history, occultists and witches have sought to use the seal as a means to call upon Belial's power. The seal is often used in rituals designed to summon the demon, to make pacts, or to seek favors from the dark forces. It is said that those who successfully invoke Belial through the seal are granted knowledge, wealth, or power beyond the normal limits of human experience. However, the price for such a gift is steep. For to bargain with Belial is to risk one's very soul, to enter into a covenant with a force that is not bound by the rules of morality, only by the laws of the damned. In many accounts, the seal is described as being incredibly potent and capable of amplifying the desires and intentions of those who use it. It is said that the seal responds to the deepest yearnings of the heart, whether those yearnings be for wealth, revenge, or the destruction of one's enemies. This makes the seal of Belial a dangerous tool, for it is not simply an external force that can be controlled, it is a mirror to the practitioner's own soul, reflecting their innermost desires and amplifying them to an uncontrollable degree. The seal of Belial is also a symbol of isolation. Belial, in his eternal rebellion, is forever cast out from the divine order, cut off from the heavens he once inhabited. Similarly, those who invoke the seal often find themselves isolated from the world around them, cut off from the light and surrounded only by darkness. The seal is said to draw its practitioners into a world of secrecy, where they are bound by their own choices and desires, unable to escape the consequences of their actions. The use of the seal of Belial throughout history has been linked to periods of great unrest and upheaval. During times of war, political strife, or social turmoil, it is said that the seal would emerge as a symbol of those seeking to seize power or make a dramatic change in the world. Whether it was kings and emperors seeking to consolidate their rule, sorcerers looking to gain forbidden knowledge, or individuals driven by a deep and abiding desire for vengeance, the seal of Belial was a tool for those who sought to break free from the bonds of convention and embrace their darkest impulses. But the seal's influence does not end with its use in occult practices. It is also said to be present in the most unlikely of places. Whispers of its power can be found in literature, art, and even in the architecture of ancient structures. The seal appears as a shadow, lurking in the background, a subtle presence that hints at the deeper, darker forces that shape the world. Its influence is not always overt, but it is ever present, waiting for those who are willing to embrace its power. To possess the seal of Belial is to possess a key to unimaginable power, but it is also to carry a heavy burden. The seal is a symbol of the cost of ambition, the price of rebellion, and the darkness that comes with seeking to control forces beyond comprehension. It is not a gift given lightly, nor is it a power to be wielded without consequence. To use the seal of Belial is to enter into a dangerous and often irreversible pact, one that may lead to untold power or to a damnation that knows no end. In the dim-lit corners of modern literature, where authors often tread the line between myth and contemporary fears, Belial's name continues to cast a long, shadowed figure. From obscure fantasy novels to popular horror stories, Belial has become a symbol of the darker aspects of human nature, the greed, pride, and insatiable hunger for power that lurk within us all. But how does this ancient demon, a fallen angel who sought to overthrow heaven, resonate with readers in the 21st century? For many, the connection to Belial in modern works isn't merely about his status as a biblical demon, but as a reflection of the moral conflicts that define humanity. In literature, he has come to represent not just evil in its most primal form, but a rebellion against a perceived corrupt order, one that mirrors the struggles and anxieties of contemporary society. Through Belial, authors explore themes of personal ambition, the abuse of power, and the cost of defiance against higher authorities. In certain genres of fantasy and horror, Belial is more than just a symbol. He is an active character, an antagonist, a manipulator, and sometimes, a tragic figure. Some portray him as the embodiment of chaos, a destructive force bent on annihilating the peace of the world. Others, however, give him a more complex role, painting him as a misunderstood anti-hero, whose rebellion against the heavens is both an act of pride and a desperate desire for freedom. This duality adds layers to his character, creating a tension that readers are drawn to. One of the most powerful uses of Belial in modern literature is in his portrayal as the devil's right hand. In these stories, Belial often becomes an advisor to the darker powers, whispering promises of power and revenge into the ears of those who seek it. His presence is pervasive, and often he is presented as the one who drives the protagonist or antagonist down the path of corruption. In such tales, Belial becomes a representation of temptation, urging those who are vulnerable to give in to their darkest desires. Whether he appears in the form of a sinister shadow or a charismatic leader, his ability to manipulate is often what makes him so dangerous. Take, for example, the works of authors like John Milton in Paradise Lost, where Belial's presence is felt even when he is not physically appearing. He is one of the fallen angels who rebels against God, joining Lucifer in his war. Milton's portrayal of Belial is complex. He is cunning and eloquent, but also driven by a selfish desire to avoid the consequences of rebellion. This literary depiction of Belial, though rooted in religious history, continues to influence modern renditions, where the demon's motivations are as murky and human as they are divine. In modern fantasy and science fiction, Belial often takes on a more nuanced form. He may be portrayed as a demon with supernatural powers, capable of influencing the outcome of battles, manipulating emotions, or corrupting the minds of mortals. His power is not just in his ability to destroy, but in his manipulation of human desires. His involvement in literature often revolves around human ambition, the urge to break free from constraints, and the cost of living with the consequences of one's own choices. As the embodiment of defiance, Belial's role in modern literature also delves into rebellion against oppressive forces. This aspect of his character resonates strongly with readers who feel disillusioned by the world around them. In such stories, Belial is not simply an evil force, but a figure who questions the established order, offering an alternative to those who are dissatisfied with their current lives. His rebellion becomes symbolic of a yearning for freedom, for shaking off the bonds of control, even if it means embracing darkness. This version of Belial is especially potent in dystopian and post-apocalyptic genres, where he embodies the fight against totalitarian regimes or societal systems that are seen as unjust. His role as a symbol of resistance, often through dark or morally gray means, provides a critique of power structures in the modern world. This portrayal allows readers to empathize with the rebel, even as they are aware of the dangers that such rebellion brings. Belial's influence on contemporary horror fiction is equally profound. As a demon tied to death, destruction, and the breaking of divine laws, he represents an existential threat, an unstoppable force that feeds off of human suffering and turmoil. Authors of horror often use Belial as an ultimate villain, one who thrives on chaos and manipulates mortals into selling their souls or wreaking havoc upon the world. In these stories, the threat of Belial is often existential, a reminder of humanity's fragility in the face of an uncaring universe. The narrative is frequently one of a slow descent into madness or doom, where the protagonist's struggle against Belial is as much against their own inner demons as the literal one. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of Belial's appearance in modern literature is his ability to mirror our own weaknesses. In tales of possession, corruption, and moral decay, he preys on the flaws of individuals, their jealousy, their hubris, and their selfishness. He is a mirror to the darker aspects of human nature, reminding readers that the demon is not always an external force, but an internal one. Belial is not simply evil incarnate, he is a reflection of the desires we wish to deny, the fears we refuse to confront. Even in the most subtle portrayals, Belial's presence is felt as a lingering shadow, one that whispers in the back of the mind, urging characters to make choices that will lead to their downfall. Whether through subtle suggestions, like the slow twisting of a character's desires, or through more overt actions, like the overtaking of a soul, Belial's manipulations are both chilling and captivating. The horror lies not only in what he does, but in the vulnerability he exposes within the human condition. In the pages of modern literature, the legend of Belial has evolved, taking on new forms and meanings. He is no longer just the fallen angel, banished from heaven. He is the symbol of every rebellion, every fight against the established order, and every temptation that can lead one down a path of destruction. Whether he is a dark advisor, a demonic entity, or a tragic figure of resistance, Belial continues to haunt our imaginations, a reminder of the eternal struggle between light and dark, good and evil, and the choices we make in between. In the dim-lit corners of modern occult circles, Belial's name is still spoken with both reverence and fear. While centuries have passed since his original fall from grace, his presence in contemporary belief systems has only grown. For many, he is not just a figure from ancient texts or a character in religious mythology, but a real, living entity whose influence is as potent as ever. His sway over the occult world is profound, tapping into the same primal instincts and desires that have haunted humanity for millennia. Belial's influence today is complex. He is seen by some as the embodiment of personal empowerment, a symbol of rebellion against societal and spiritual constraints. The modern occult, which often seeks to break free from conventional dogma, finds in Belial a fitting patron of individual will and self-determination. In these circles, he is viewed not as a demon in the traditional sense, evil, malicious, and entirely corrupt, but as a force of nature, a symbol of raw power, and an agent of change. Those who invoke him do so not to summon chaos for chaos' sake, but to tap into his dark, transformative energy. For some practitioners of modern witchcraft, Satanism, and other forms of occultism, Belial is a central figure in their rituals. In these circles, he is not only associated with rebellion but with the concept of freedom from the constraints of religion, society, and the expectations placed on individuals by the outside world. Belial represents the unchained spirit, the part of us that defies conventions and dares to challenge the status quo. When his name is uttered, it is often in the context of empowerment, a reminder that power is found within, and it is up to the individual to claim it. In modern occult practices, Belial's role is often tied to his dominion over material wealth and success. Practitioners seeking success in business, politics, or personal gain might turn to him for his supposed ability to break down the barriers that hold them back. He is said to offer prosperity to those willing to serve him, though the price of such favor is often steep. The willingness to compromise, to step over moral boundaries, is considered part of the bargain, a dark pact that many occultists are willing to make for the promise of success. In this way, Belial represents not only personal ambition but the willingness to risk everything to achieve one's desires. Belial's influence is not restricted to private rituals or personal growth. He has also been a part of public movements, particularly those associated with the left-hand path, a spiritual path that embraces individualism, self-deification, and the pursuit of forbidden knowledge. In these movements, Belial is often seen as a god or demigod, a figure who challenges authority and exposes the hypocrisy of religious or political structures. His rebellious nature appeals to those who feel alienated by traditional religions or those who believe that the world systems of control are unjust. To them, Belial represents the struggle against oppression, the fight to reclaim personal sovereignty, and the right to choose one's own path, no matter the cost. But there is another side to Belial's modern influence, one that is more insidious. As he is invoked by some for power and success, others turn to him in times of despair, seeking a dark form of justice or revenge. In this context, Belial is often called upon by those who have been wronged, people who feel betrayed, abandoned, or oppressed. For them, Belial represents retribution, a way to punish those who have inflicted harm. In this capacity, he serves as a patron of vengeance, providing the strength and guidance needed to exact payback upon enemies. His followers may find themselves drawn to darker practices, such as hexing, cursing, or manipulating others in order to gain an advantage. In contemporary satanic practices, particularly those influenced by Anton LaVey's Church of Satan, Belial is sometimes invoked as a symbol of self-interest and indulgence. He represents the rejection of self-sacrifice in favor of self-empowerment. For LaVeyans and others who practice a form of atheistic Satanism, Belial embodies the core tenet that each individual is their own god, free from the chains of religious or societal constraints. In these circles, Belial's influence is less about actual worship and more about embracing his principles of self-determination, indulgence, and personal responsibility. Despite his darker associations, Belial's presence is not always one of negativity. In some spiritual practices, he is called upon to help with personal transformation or to catalyze a deep inner change. His energy is seen as purifying, burning away the illusions and falsehoods that hinder spiritual growth. By invoking Belial, some occultists believe they can face their inner demons and conquer their own fears, emerging stronger and more self-aware. His influence in these cases is seen as one of spiritual awakening, helping individuals break free from the psychological chains that bind them to their past. However, it's important to remember that, for all his allure, Belial's power comes with a price. Those who seek his aid are often warned about the dangers of becoming too entangled with his energy. The pursuit of power, success, or vengeance through Belial may lead to destructive consequences if one is not careful. The modern occult community recognizes that the path of invoking Belial is fraught with temptation. Those who seek him out may find themselves becoming addicted to his power, losing sight of their original intentions, and descending further into darkness. In this way, his influence can be both empowering and perilous. Belial's presence in contemporary occultism reflects a broader trend in modern spirituality, one that embraces the complexity of good and evil, light and dark. Unlike traditional religions that often view the divine as a clear, morally superior force, the occult world tends to embrace the duality of existence, where light and dark are seen as complementary rather than opposing. Belial, as a symbol of darkness and rebellion, represents the power of the human will to shape destiny, even if it means defying the established order. His influence today reminds us of the constant tension between freedom and control, between desire and consequence, and the eternal battle between light and dark forces within us all. The winds of fate are said to be stirring, their whispers carrying foreboding promises of a time yet to come. A time when the world will burn, and the skies will crack open with fire. It is then that Belial, the fallen one, is said to return, not as a mere shadow in the forgotten pages of ancient texts, but as the harbinger of the end. A prophecy, old as the very soil beneath our feet, speaks of this, a moment in history when his power, long bound and silenced by the heavens, will rise again. Those who know the signs watch, patiently waiting, knowing the return of Belial will mark the earth's final chapter. It is said that before the end, there will be strange occurrences, unsettling phenomena that no one can explain. The skies will darken in broad daylight, as if the sun itself has been consumed by darkness. Rivers will run black with an unnatural force, and the earth will tremble with the deep, unrelenting rage of a world ready to break apart. People will dream of a figure, shrouded in flames and smoke, standing above a crumbling throne. This figure will be both feared and revered, calling forth an army of the fallen, those who once walked the heavens alongside angels but were cast down in shame. For centuries, the prophecy has been passed from one generation to the next, whispered in secret circles, written in the margins of forgotten books. In these texts, Belial's return is more than an event. It is a reckoning, a final judgment that will topple the foundations of creation. His rebellion, long ago, was just the beginning of a far larger, more ominous story. When he returns, the heavens themselves will tremble, and the gods will once again have to reckon with the one they tried so desperately to banish. The visions of Belial's return are haunting. In these visions, the sky is torn open like a piece of parchment, revealing the firestorm of 1,000 years of rage. The land beneath the feet of men will fracture, consumed by darkness and flames. With Belial's return, there will be no mercy, no second chances. The fallen angels, his loyal followers, will rise from their eternal prison, wielding power that has been denied them for eons. The world will be swallowed by chaos, as these dark forces sweep through the land, seeking retribution for their millennia of suffering. The final battle will not be one of armies or weapons, but of divine will versus the will of the damned, a clash of forces that will shake the very foundations of existence. This vision of the end is not a simple tale of destruction. It is a story of the final confrontation between the forces of light and darkness, good and evil. But in this world, where boundaries blur and truth becomes fluid, who can say which side is truly good? Belial's role in this vision is as much one of vengeance as it is of destiny. His return will not be for the purpose of a mere battle. It will be an assertion of his place in the world, a claim to the throne he once sought. For Belial, this return is not about mere destruction. It is about retribution for all the betrayals, all the injustices, and the eternity of exile he has endured. The power he once wielded, the might that could rival the greatest gods, is but a shadow of what it could become. As the seals break and the ancient prophecies come to pass, Belial will once again walk among mortals, casting his shadow over their lives. His presence will not be subtle. The skies will crack, the seas will boil, and the very earth beneath their feet will shudder as if it knows what's coming. It is in this moment of chaos and fear that those who have chosen to follow him will rise, their loyalty unwavering, their resolve solidified. The forces of darkness will be united under his banner, their power rekindled in the flames of his return. But the world will not simply end in fire and blood. This will be a time of reckoning for humanity, a time for each soul to choose a side. The prophecy speaks of those who will be tempted, those who will fall into Belial's embrace, seeking power and freedom in exchange for their souls. They will be promised the world, everything they ever wanted, if only they bend the knee to the fallen one. Some will resist, but many will succumb, seeing in him a figure who promises the liberation they have always longed for. The question, however, remains, what will the world be like after Belial's return? Will it be a world of eternal darkness and suffering, or will it be something altogether different? The ancient texts are unclear on this point. Some speak of a new order, where the fallen angels reign supreme, and mankind serves them in the dark, while others suggest that Belial's reign will usher in a new era, one where the boundaries between good and evil are forever blurred. Either way, the prophecy assures that the world will be irrevocably changed, as it is torn apart and remade in the image of those who sought to defy the heavens themselves. For those who await this day, there is no waiting in peace. There is only anticipation, a simmering tension that builds with each passing moment. Every sign, every omen, is a step closer to that final day. The prophecy of Belial's return does not speak of salvation or redemption. It speaks of the end, a violent, tumultuous end that will bring about the ultimate choice, to stand with the heavens or to fall with the fallen. What is most terrifying, perhaps, is that no one can say for sure when this day will come. It could be tomorrow, or it could be 1,000 years from now. The prophecy remains open-ended, a dark promise hanging over the world. The vision of Belial's return is more than a warning. It is a reminder of the power that once was, a reminder of the darkness that still lurks beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when it will once again rise to claim what is rightfully its own. The clock is ticking, and all that remains is to wait and see what the future holds. There are whispers in the darkest corners of the world, murmurs that speak of the Antichrist's rise, a figure who will herald the final battle between good and evil, bringing with him a reign of terror and despair. But what if the Antichrist's ascent isn't a solitary event? What if he is not just a single figure, but a harbinger whose rise is intricately connected to something far older, far darker? Something that goes beyond the realms of mere mortal understanding. In the shadows, behind the figure of the Antichrist, lies Belial, the fallen one, the deceiver, and the bringer of chaos. It is said that Belial, the demon who once sought to overthrow heaven itself, is bound to the coming of the Antichrist in a way that makes their destinies inextricable. The Antichrist may rise as a man, but Belial's influence is woven deep into the fabric of his being, from the moment of his conception to the climax of his reign. Belial does not merely wait for the Antichrist to appear, he shapes the world around him, creating the conditions necessary for the birth of the ultimate evil. The Antichrist is said to be a being of unparalleled charisma and power, capable of deceiving nations, bending the hearts of the masses to his will. But his rise is no accident. Behind the scenes, the dark hand of Belial is ever present, guiding and manipulating the events that lead to the birth of the one who will embody all that is corrupt and malevolent in the world. It is through Belial's influence that the Antichrist is shaped into the perfect vessel for evil, a puppet, bound by chains of ancient malice, seeking nothing more than to tear the world apart. From the moment the Antichrist takes his first breath, Belial is there, a force that cannot be seen but can always be felt. The child, though innocent in appearance, is born with an innate hunger for power, a thirst for domination that is unnatural, fed by Belial's whispers in the night. These whispers, dark and insidious, gnaw at the child's soul, teaching him that there is no higher purpose than self-aggrandizement, no higher law than the will to conquer. As he grows, so too does his connection to the demon, and in his darkest moments, he hears Belial's voice, always just out of reach, yet never far away. It is through this bond that the Antichrist becomes more than a mere man. He becomes a tool of unimaginable evil, a force of nature who walks the earth with the knowledge that the end is drawing near. His rise will not be a slow burn but a cataclysmic explosion, one fueled by Belial's power and the corrupting influence that the demon has had over the generations. The people will not see it coming, for the Antichrist's charm is unmatched, his promises of peace and prosperity sweetened by lies. They will believe him to be the savior they've been waiting for, not realizing that he is, in truth, the destroyer, the one who will lead them into the abyss. Belial's role is not simply to act as a puppet master, pulling the strings from the shadows. He is the force that strengthens the Antichrist's power, the one who teaches him how to manipulate the world and bend it to his will. The Antichrist's power, though vast, is nothing without the ancient knowledge that Belial imparts. From him, the Antichrist learns the art of deception, the way to infiltrate the hearts of men, and the subtle methods of causing nations to fall without them even realizing they've been doomed. Through Belial's influence, the Antichrist's reign will be marked by cruelty and destruction. He will rise to power with the support of those who are already corrupted, those who are blinded by their own greed and ambition. Under his rule, there will be a false peace, a false harmony that will convince the masses that they are finally living in a utopia. But this peace is nothing but a veil, a thin disguise that hides the true nature of the world he has created. Beneath the surface, the world will rot. Wars will be fought in secret, and suffering will become the invisible thread that binds the people together. The Antichrist's reign will not be long, but it will be devastating. His powers, fueled by Belial's teachings, will be vast, capable of manipulating the very fabric of reality. He will control the minds of those around him, using his influence to turn allies into enemies and enemies into allies. The people will cry out for salvation, but Belial's grip on the Antichrist will ensure that no one can escape his influence. As the final days approach, Belial will reveal himself, not as a shadow in the background, but as the true master of this age. It is in the Antichrist's moment of triumph that Belial will be at his most dangerous, for it is then that he will reveal his true form. No longer will he be a mere whisper, a fleeting presence at the edges of one's consciousness. He will stand beside the Antichrist, a towering figure of fire and smoke, a demon of unimaginable power, ready to lay waste to the world. But the end is not as simple as the victory of evil. In the final moments of the Antichrist's reign, as the world teeters on the edge of destruction, there will be a reckoning, a time when those who have resisted Belial's influence will rise. It will be a final confrontation, a battle that will decide the fate of humanity. In these moments, the Antichrist will face the one thing he cannot control, the wrath of heaven. Though he has been empowered by Belial's darkness, it will not be enough to save him from the divine judgment that awaits. The prophecy of the Antichrist is not merely about the rise of a single man. It is about the ultimate battle between light and darkness, and the role that Belial plays in shaping the world's destiny. The demon's connection to the Antichrist is the link between the earthly and the infernal, between humanity's downfall and the divine reckoning that is to come. Though the Antichrist may be the face of this great evil, it is Belial who stands behind him, ever watching, ever whispering, and forever seeking the destruction of the world that cast him out so long ago. In the stillness of a dying world, when the dust of centuries has settled and the earth lies in ruins beneath the weight of Belial's ambitions, there will come a final moment, the clash that the heavens and the earth have long dreaded. It is not a battle of swords or of armies, but a confrontation of pure will, of the very essence of creation itself. Belial, the fallen one, will stand at the edge of oblivion, staring into the eyes of heaven itself, ready to exact his vengeance for the insult that was his exile. For ages, Belial has seated in the depths of hell, plotting, scheming, watching as the forces of heaven go about their business, oblivious to the flames of rebellion burning just beneath their feet. He has seen the rise and fall of empires, watched as generations came and went, all while he nursed his hatred and his pride. But now, in the final moments, when the ultimate confrontation looms, Belial knows that his time has come. The battle, long in the making, will be his last chance to prove that he is not a fallen angel, but a force that cannot be ignored. The skies will darken as the final battle draws near, and the air itself will crackle with an energy that has not been felt since the dawn of creation. Belial, cloaked in the shadows of his own hatred, will summon forth the full force of his power, every dark soul he has ever corrupted, every demon he has ever turned to his cause. They will gather at his side, an army of darkness waiting for the signal to unleash their wrath upon heaven itself. The earth will tremble as Belial makes his way to the great gates of heaven, where the light is so blinding it is said to strip away the very soul of a being. He knows that this is no ordinary war. It is not a war of armies or kings, but a war of ideologies, a war of creation versus destruction. Heaven will fight not just for its survival, but for the very concept of order itself. And Belial? He will fight not only to overthrow the realm that rejected him, but to reshape all that exists in his image, a world where chaos reigns and power is held by those who can take it. The heavens will open, and the forces of light will descend like a great tide, unyielding and powerful. Among them will stand the archangels, led by Michael, their mighty wings unfurled, their weapons gleaming with divine light. They will look upon Belial, once a radiant being like themselves, now a twisted reflection of what he once was, and they will know that this is a fight for everything they have sworn to protect. The clash will be monumental, a war that rages not just in the physical world, but in the hearts and minds of all who bear witness. Belial's wrath will be fierce and unrelenting. His forces will strike with the fury of 1,000 storms, tearing into the ranks of heaven's defenders. He will summon fire, darkness, and fury, unleashing upon his enemies the full power of his infernal might. The sky will burn as the two sides collide, light against darkness, order against chaos. But even as the battle rages, Belial knows something that his enemies do not. He knows that this war is not just about physical victory, it is about the war for the soul of creation itself. To him, this is the ultimate test. To overthrow heaven, to bring down the eternal forces of light, will be more than a triumph. It will be a victory over everything that ever was, a complete rewriting of reality itself. He will strike with a force unlike anything the world has seen, trying to tear apart the very fabric of existence, forcing heaven to bend to his will. And yet, heaven's defenses will not falter. Michael, their mightiest warrior, will meet Belial in the heart of the storm, sword in hand, unflinching in his resolve. The two will lock eyes, Belial with all his fury and rage, and Michael with the calm of one who knows that the light will ultimately prevail. The fight between them will be more than a clash of weapons. It will be a battle of wills, of destiny itself. Belial's desire to destroy, to tear apart the very foundation of the universe, will clash against Michael's unwavering belief in the light and the purity of creation. And though Belial's power is immense, he is not the only one with strength. Michael's resolve will be like iron, unyielding in the face of the ultimate evil. In the midst of the chaos, something will shift. The ground beneath their feet will crack open, and heaven will begin to tremble. For all the darkness that Belial has brought, for all the devastation that he has caused, he will come to realize one undeniable truth. No matter how many armies he commands, no matter how much power he has gained, there is something far greater than strength. There is something that he cannot touch, cannot corrupt, and that is the unbreakable will of heaven. With one final clash, a blow that will reverberate throughout the universe, Michael's sword will pierce through the heart of Belial's rage. The demon will scream in defiance, his form writhing and twisting as the light begins to burn through the darkness within him. And yet, for all his fury, for all his strength, Belial will begin to falter. The might of heaven will overwhelm him, and with it, the forces of darkness that he has summoned will crumble to nothing. In the end, there will be no grand victory for Belial. No matter how much he sought to destroy, to unravel the world he could not control, he will find himself facing the most devastating fate of all, utter and complete annihilation. The light will burn through him, not out of cruelty, but out of necessity. The universe cannot afford to let him live, not when his very existence threatens to undo everything that has been created. Belial, the one who sought to overthrow heaven, will be reduced to ash, nothing more than a fleeting shadow in the endless expanse of time. The sky will clear, and the earth will settle. But the battle will not be forgotten. For it was not just a war between angels and demons. It was a reminder of the eternal struggle, a testament to the power of light and the unrelenting will of creation. And in the ashes of that final confrontation, the universe will continue, ever moving forward, ever preserving the balance. But for Belial, there will be no second chance, no rebirth. His fate is sealed, an eternal reminder of what happens when one dares to defy the very order of existence. In the cold, unyielding silence of eternity, where the echoes of a lost past reverberate like forgotten whispers, one question remains: could someone like Belial, a being so steeped in rebellion, so consumed by his own bitterness and desire for power, ever seek redemption? Or is he condemned forever to the fate he chose, locked in an endless spiral of ruin, his very nature an unbridgeable chasm between him and salvation? Imagine, for a moment, a different world, a world where the flames of pride and defiance no longer blind the hearts of those who have fallen. A world where even the most hardened of hearts, those who have long walked the path of darkness, are given a chance to look beyond their own bitterness, to reflect upon their actions and the consequences they have brought. Could Belial, once the proud and radiant one, the demon who tried to overthrow heaven itself, ever see the error of his ways? It is a question that plagues not only those who have borne witness to his rise and fall, but also Belial himself. Deep within the shadows of his mind, where the flames of anger still burn hot, there may yet flicker a tiny ember of doubt. Perhaps, after all these eons of torment, of watching the world he once knew crumble beneath his own choices, Belial has begun to wonder, was it worth it? Could there be a way back from the precipice of his own making? To even entertain the thought of redemption would be a monumental shift in the very fabric of Belial's being. For so long, he has reveled in the power of his rebellion and the intoxicating sweetness of defying the very forces of creation. His heart, once full of light, was poisoned by the belief that he was superior, that he deserved more than the position he had been given. Every choice he made, every step he took, led him further down the path of pride and destruction. And yet, even the most fallen of beings are not without a soul. Could that soul, broken, twisted, and corrupted as it may be, still yearn for the purity it once held? The notion of redemption seems impossible. After all, what could ever redeem the sheer scale of Belial's rebellion? What could ever wipe away the countless lives he has ruined, the wars he has incited, the innocence he has destroyed in his endless pursuit of power? The weight of his crimes is so vast, so incomprehensible, that the very idea of forgiveness appears laughable. And yet, in the deepest recesses of the cosmos, there may be a force beyond the reach of both heaven and hell, something greater than either light or darkness, a force that transcends the simple notion of good and evil. Perhaps redemption does not come from erasing the past or escaping the consequences of one's actions. Perhaps it lies in the acceptance of those consequences, in the acknowledgement of one's own faults, and in the willingness to turn away from the destruction that was once so glorified. For Belial, this would require an act of unimaginable humility, an admission that he was wrong, that his thirst for power, his need to be worshipped and feared, led him to ruin. Could he, the once mighty fallen angel, ever bend the knee to a force greater than himself? Could he embrace the light that he so violently rejected? Such a moment would not come easily. It would require a transformation of the soul, a process of undoing everything that Belial has built for himself over countless millennia. It would be a process of unmaking, of peeling away the layers of arrogance and hatred that have become so deeply ingrained in his very being. Could a being who has known only rebellion, who has reveled in his own destruction, ever come to terms with the reality of his existence? Could Belial ever look at the carnage he has wrought and feel the weight of remorse? For some, the answer is simple: no. Belial, in his pride, is beyond redemption. The very essence of who he is, the core of his being, is defined by his rejection of heaven, his refusal to bow to anything or anyone. His rebellion is not just an act, it is his identity. To seek redemption would be to destroy the very thing that makes him who he is. In this view, Belial is trapped in an eternal cycle, unable to break free from the ruin he has created for himself. And yet, there is another possibility. What if Belial's fall was not the end, but the beginning of something far more complex? What if his rebellion, painful as it may be, was merely a necessary part of his own journey towards self-understanding? Could the demon who sought to bring down heaven eventually come to understand the true nature of power, not as domination, but as love, sacrifice, and humility? Could Belial, in the quietest corners of his soul, feel the stirrings of something other than hate, something like regret, something like the faintest longing for the peace he once knew? It is a thought that is almost too fragile to hold, a glimmer of hope in an otherwise dark and unforgiving world. But in the vast expanse of eternity, where time stretches on and the fabric of reality twists and turns in ways unimaginable, even the most improbable of transformations is possible. Belial's redemption may not come in the form of forgiveness or absolution. It may come as a quiet acceptance of his own flaws, a silent recognition that he was not born to destroy, but to create. And in that acceptance, perhaps, he would find the peace that he has longed for, even if it means the end of his eternal war. But for now, the question remains unanswered. The fallen one still wanders the shadows, lost in his own creation, and the heavens remain silent in their watch. Whether Belial will ever seek redemption, whether he will ever find a way back from the darkness that he has embraced so fully, is a mystery that only time will reveal. But one thing is certain: his path, whether it leads to ruin or redemption, will be one of unimaginable consequences. In the heart of darkness, where the whispers of long-forgotten gods and fallen angels intertwine, one name stands out: Belial. Not simply as a demon, nor merely as a rebel cast down for his arrogance, but as a symbol of defiance, a towering monument to the sheer, unrelenting force of ambition. His spirit is not just one of rebellion against heaven, it is the embodiment of the very essence of ambition unchecked, the kind of drive that dares to challenge the impossible, to defy even the very laws of existence itself. Imagine, for a moment, a world where the very idea of authority, of power wielded by those above you, is not simply an accepted truth, but something to be questioned, to be overturned. Belial was not content with the role he had been given, no matter how grand it seemed. To him, the position of being one of the highest of angels was not enough. It was a cage, a limitation on his true potential. In his eyes, the beauty and harmony of heaven were chains, not freedoms. And so, he reached out, stretching his will, his desires, toward the only thing he believed could truly make him whole: power, unchallenged and absolute. Belial's rebellion was not born of hate alone, nor of bitterness against the divine hierarchy. It was something more primal, more dangerous. His rebellion was the very manifestation of ambition so intense, it burned away any sense of restraint. It was the desire to rise above the predetermined paths, to carve out his own place in the universe, no matter the cost. His heart beat not to the rhythm of compliance, but to the pulse of a hunger that would not be satisfied. To Belial, heaven was a gilded prison, a realm where potential was stifled by the rules of order and submission. What he sought was something more, something that could only be attained by breaking every rule, by shattering every chain, and standing unyielding against the heavens themselves. This, perhaps, is the most compelling aspect of Belial's nature, his fierce, unwavering drive. He was not content with the boundaries set by those above him. He sought to transcend them, to rise higher than even the angels themselves. But to do so, he had to challenge everything that heaven represented. This is where the true spirit of rebellion lies, not merely in rejecting authority, but in rejecting the very idea that authority can exist without challenge, without questioning. Belial's rebellion was the refusal to accept limitations, to allow others to dictate his fate. It was an act of pure, unadulterated defiance. In every rebellion, there is a certain magnetism, a raw, untamed energy that draws others to it. Belial, with his vision of power, was no exception. His refusal to submit to heaven's rule echoed through the realms, calling to those who shared his dissatisfaction, those who craved freedom from the chains of order. There were others, angels and beings of great power, who, like Belial, saw the world not for what it was, but for what it could be. And in his rebellion, they saw not a fallen being, but a leader, a figure who had dared to dream beyond the stars, who had dared to reach for the impossible. Belial's rebellion, then, became something more than just a personal vendetta. It became a movement, a rallying cry for those who refused to bend to the will of heaven. His ambition transcended his own desires. It became a symbol for all who longed to be free, to claim power, to rise above the constraints of their existence. The very act of challenging heaven made him a figure of legend, a story passed down in whispers, a tale that inspired others to question their place in the universe. He had become the embodiment of defiance itself, a symbol of the indomitable will of those who refuse to bow to any force, no matter how divine. But with ambition, with defiance, comes a price. And for Belial, that price was steep. In his pursuit of power, in his refusal to accept the boundaries set for him, he became something far darker than he had ever intended. He became a being consumed by his own desires, driven to the point where nothing could stand in his way, not even his own moral compass. The ambition that once fueled him with the desire to rise above became a relentless force that tore away any sense of balance, any sense of self-restraint. His rebellion was no longer a noble defiance, but a path toward self-destruction. Still, there is something tragic about this spiral. There is something haunting in the story of a being so filled with potential, so consumed by the very spirit that once made him glorious, that he could not see the cost of his ambition. Belial's fall was not just the result of his rebellion against heaven, it was the result of his refusal to understand the price of ambition when it is no longer tempered by wisdom. His pride, his unwavering belief in his own superiority, blinded him to the realities of what he was truly seeking. In his quest to stand above all, he found himself cast down, a symbol not of victory, but of loss. And yet, even in his fall, Belial remains a symbol of something powerful. His rebellion, his ambition, are not to be easily dismissed. They are the very forces that drive the world forward, that push individuals to reach for greatness, to defy the odds. Belial's story is a reminder of what happens when ambition becomes unchecked, when the drive to be more, to do more, consumes everything in its path. It is a cautionary tale, yes, but it is also a testament to the power of the human spirit, to the lengths one will go in order to achieve greatness, even if it leads them into darkness. Belial is more than just a fallen angel, more than just a demon of rebellion. He is the embodiment of ambition itself, the endless pursuit of something greater, the refusal to accept the limitations of one's existence. He is the spirit of defiance that lies in all of us, the voice that dares to challenge the status quo, to push against the currents of fate. And in that defiance, in that ambition, there is both tragedy and triumph. For in the end, Belial's greatest rebellion was not against heaven, but against the very nature of his own existence, and it is a rebellion that will echo throughout the ages, a reminder of what it means to dare, to dream, and to fall. There is something haunting about the name Belial, something that resonates deep within, an echo of the darkness we often fear to acknowledge, the parts of ourselves that we strive to hide. As an archetype, Belial is not merely a fallen angel or a demon to be feared, he is the embodiment of our deepest, most unacknowledged impulses, the shadow self that lurks beneath the surface of our conscious minds, waiting for an opportunity to rise. Imagine, for a moment, walking into a dark room, the air thick with silence, and as your eyes adjust, you realize that what you thought was empty is actually full of all the emotions, thoughts, and desires you've buried. The shadow self is the part of you that remains in the dark, the part that reflects the aspects of your personality and emotions you refuse to confront: envy, greed, ambition, rage, and sometimes, even the desire for power. These are the traits we deem unacceptable in ourselves, the feelings we suppress and deny. And in our attempts to push them away, we only give them strength, allowing them to manifest in other, more destructive ways. Belial, in this sense, is not just a figure to be feared, he is the part of ourselves we can never truly escape, no matter how hard we try. Belial's archetype holds up a mirror to our own struggles with identity and the battle between light and darkness within. He is the shadow that hides in the corners of our mind, the force that challenges us to confront the aspects of ourselves we'd rather ignore. But rather than accepting this part of ourselves, we tend to reject it, condemning Belial's rebellious spirit as evil, casting him out as a villain without ever stopping to reflect on what he truly represents. The truth, however, is that Belial is not simply the embodiment of defiance against heaven, he is the defiance within us all, the refusal to conform to expectations, the rebellion against being limited by the roles society assigns to us. In psychological terms, Belial's archetype represents the repressed parts of our personality, the traits we don't want to acknowledge because we fear they will lead to our downfall. The more we suppress them, the more they claw at our minds, pulling us toward destructive paths. Just as Belial's rebellion against heaven was born of his refusal to accept limitation, our own internal struggles are often a result of rejecting parts of ourselves that we feel are too dark or dangerous to embrace. The truth is that the more we try to ignore the shadow, the more it festers, growing into something far darker than we could have imagined. Belial's rebellion, then, is a warning. When we suppress the shadow self, we risk being consumed by it. But what if Belial is not simply a force to be avoided or condemned? What if he, like the shadow itself, holds the key to our own transformation? Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, proposed that true healing and integration of the self can only occur when we confront and accept the shadow. Jung believed that the shadow is an essential part of our psyche, containing the unacknowledged aspects of ourselves that, when embraced, can lead to greater wholeness and self-understanding. Belial's archetype, then, is not just the embodiment of rebellion or destruction, it is also a reflection of the opportunity for personal growth. When we come to terms with the darker parts of ourselves, we can begin to heal and transcend the limitations we've placed on our own lives. Yet the danger remains. In our desire to escape the shadow, to ignore the parts of ourselves that we deem unworthy, we run the risk of turning our own personal Belial into something uncontrollable, something that may rise up in the form of destructive behaviors, compulsive desires, or inner turmoil. The more we deny the shadow, the more power we give it, until one day it breaks free and wreaks havoc on our lives, just as Belial's rebellion led to his ultimate fall. In rejecting our own darkness, we make it stronger, feeding it until it becomes an overwhelming force we can no longer control. But there is a deeper truth within this struggle. The very essence of the shadow self is its complexity. It is neither wholly good nor wholly evil. Just as Belial's rebellion was a quest for power, so too can our own dark desires be the source of our greatest strength. The desire for control, for recognition, for self-determination, can be channeled into forces for good if we learn to accept them, understand them, and use them consciously. Belial's archetype calls us to recognize that darkness is not inherently evil, it is simply a part of the full spectrum of human experience, and like all aspects of our psyche, it has the potential for both destruction and creation. But there's another layer to the story, one that challenges our notions of sin, redemption, and transformation. As much as Belial's rebellion represents a refusal to conform, it also represents a refusal to accept the order imposed by those above him, a refusal to be defined by others. This rebellious spirit resonates deeply with us, especially in a world where we are often told who we should be, what we should desire, and how we should live. The shadow self, like Belial's defiance, resists being defined. It demands the freedom to exist as it is, without apology, without explanation. It demands the right to define its own path. When we consider Belial from a spiritual perspective, we see that his archetype asks us to consider the consequences of rejecting our own darkness. To confront the shadow is to confront the parts of us that we fear the most, the parts that challenge us to question our beliefs, our values, and even our very identity. It is not an easy path, nor is it a comfortable one, but it is the path toward true self-understanding. Belial's journey is the journey of every human being who dares to confront their own inner darkness, who dares to face the aspects of themselves they would rather leave hidden. It is the path of rebellion, not against others, but against the false self, the self that conforms, that hides, that suppresses. Belial's archetype, then, is both a warning and an invitation, a warning against the dangers of ignoring the shadow self, and an invitation to embrace the complexity of our own nature, to integrate our light and dark, to rise as more whole beings. It is in this tension between light and darkness that we find the possibility for growth, for transcendence, and for transformation. For only when we accept the fullness of who we are, both the angel and the demon within us, can we truly begin to understand the power we possess. What if the very concepts of good and evil that we've held for millennia are not as clear-cut as we've been taught? What if the dichotomy between light and darkness is not an absolute truth, but a construct we've built around ourselves in an attempt to make sense of the chaos within? Belial, the great rebel, the one who defied heaven itself, challenges these very definitions of good and evil. His rebellion against the divine order is not just a tale of wickedness, it is a mirror held up to our moral framework, inviting us to question the nature of right and wrong, of righteousness and corruption. In the traditional narrative, Belial is a symbol of evil, a fallen angel who, out of pride and defiance, sought to overthrow God's reign. But what if his actions are not as straightforward as they seem? What if Belial's rebellion is less about evil and more about the complexities of free will, power, and autonomy? The rebellion of Belial does not come from a place of meaningless malice, but from a deep desire for self-determination. He refuses to be subject to an external authority that seeks to define his existence. In this light, his act of defiance is not so much a rejection of good, but a rebellion against a rigid, unquestionable order that suppresses individuality and personal choice. We are often taught that good is aligned with submission to divine will, while evil is defined by disobedience, by the rejection of that will. But what if the very act of submission is not always virtuous? What if there is moral value in standing up against a higher power, even if that power is divine? In this way, Belial's rebellion forces us to reconsider the moral landscape. His challenge to the divine order is not simply a rejection of goodness, but an assertion of his own moral autonomy. He chooses to carve out his own path, one that is not dictated by a higher power, but shaped by his own will and desires. Belial's moral journey, then, is not one of simple corruption. It is an exploration of the boundaries between obedience and freedom, between good and evil, and the nature of authority. By defying heaven, Belial is not so much embracing evil as he is rejecting the moral absolutism that comes with divine rule. The concepts of good and evil are presented here as relative, contingent upon the perspective from which they are viewed. From the vantage point of heaven, Belial's actions may appear as treachery, but from his own point of view, his rebellion is an act of moral courage, a declaration of independence from a tyrannical order. The rebellion of Belial raises another philosophical question: is evil, in its purest form, truly about causing harm, or is it about the pursuit of self-interest at the expense of the greater good? In many ways, Belial's rebellion is driven not by malice, but by a deep, intrinsic desire to free himself from the constraints imposed upon him. He seeks autonomy, the right to define his own existence. In this sense, his actions echo the struggles of many who have fought against oppressive regimes throughout history, who have challenged the powers that be in the name of freedom and self-expression. The moral implication here is profound. Is it possible that what we call evil is sometimes just a misunderstood form of autonomy, of the pursuit of freedom and individuality in a world that demands conformity? Consider, for instance, how many revolutions throughout history were initially seen as acts of evil, of chaos, yet later became foundational moments in the reshaping of society. Was the American Revolution evil? Was the French Revolution evil? At first, these events were viewed as acts of treason, of moral corruption, by those in power. But in hindsight, they represent moments of moral reawakening, where the oppressed fought for their own rights, their own autonomy. Belial's rebellion can be seen through this lens, not as the quintessential evil act, but as a challenge to an oppressive system that demands submission without question. However, the true philosophical dilemma lies in the consequences of Belial's rebellion. What happens when an individual challenges the established order, but in doing so, creates a new system of tyranny, a new form of oppression? This is the central paradox of Belial's story. In rejecting the rule of heaven, Belial does not simply overthrow the system, he becomes part of the machinery of power himself, leading the fallen angels into a new order that mirrors the one he sought to escape. In this new realm, power is still concentrated, and autonomy is still limited, though now in a different form. The question that arises here is whether true freedom can ever be achieved, or if all rebellion, even one born of noble intentions, ultimately leads to the creation of new structures of control. In the pursuit of autonomy, do we simply trade one form of oppression for another? The fall of Belial presents us with a moral conundrum that transcends the simplicity of good versus evil. It calls into question the nature of authority itself and whether true freedom is possible without leading to further suffering. By defying God, Belial hoped to create a system where he and others could exercise their own will. But in doing so, he set in motion a cycle of rebellion, one that would eventually make him just as much a ruler of hell as God is a ruler of heaven. His personal ambition, though deeply human, leads to the creation of an entirely new moral framework, a framework where power is still paramount, where the possibility of freedom is constrained by the very structure that was supposed to liberate it. This ambiguity, where the rebel becomes the tyrant, where the quest for freedom leads to new forms of oppression, casts a long shadow over our understanding of morality. Belial's rebellion asks us to confront the uncomfortable truth that there is no perfect good, no ideal system where justice and autonomy are guaranteed. It suggests that perhaps true morality lies not in the pursuit of absolute power or absolute freedom, but in the delicate balance between the two. In our own lives, as we strive to define what is right and just, we must acknowledge that the choices we make in the name of freedom may have unintended consequences, and that in seeking to overturn one system of control, we may inadvertently create another. Belial, in his defiance, ultimately redefines our understanding of good and evil. His rebellion becomes a reflection of the complexity of human desires, the desire for power, freedom, and individuality, while also warning us of the dangers of unchecked ambition. In the end, his story is not just about the fall of an angel but about the moral labyrinth we all navigate in our pursuit of autonomy, identity, and the right to define our own existence. Through Belial, we are forced to confront the question: can true freedom exist without the shadow of tyranny, or are they forever intertwined? In the many religious traditions that span the globe, figures akin to Belial emerge, offering strikingly similar tales of rebellion, defiance, and the questioning of divine authority. Though the names and details vary, the essence of these figures remains remarkably consistent. Belial, often associated with evil, rebellion, and pride, finds his counterpart in other religious traditions, each providing unique insights into the universal themes of power, morality, and the human condition. In Christianity, Belial is generally depicted as a demon, one of the leaders of the fallen angels who chose to rebel against God during the heavenly war. He embodies lawlessness, chaos, and unrighteousness. His rebellion against divine order, much like Lucifer's, represents the ultimate act of defiance, a thirst for autonomy, a refusal to submit to the authority of a higher power. Belial's presence in Christian theology, particularly in apocalyptic texts, suggests that he represents all that is vile and corrupted, a being who seeks to undo the very fabric of divine creation. In Islam, the figure that parallels Belial is Iblis, the jinn who defied Allah's command to bow before Adam. Like Belial, Iblis is a fallen being who rejects the divine order, though his story is marked by a refusal to accept Allah's sovereignty over creation. Iblis's pride is his downfall, much like Belial's. The Quran recounts that Iblis, in his arrogance, refused to prostrate before Adam when Allah commanded it, believing himself superior because he was created from fire, while Adam was made from clay. In both cases, it is pride, the belief in one's superiority over others, that leads to rebellion. However, unlike Belial, who is often portrayed as the mastermind behind a legion of demons in later Christian traditions, Iblis's refusal is a personal act of disobedience, which leads to his fall from grace and his eternal exile from paradise. While Iblis's story aligns with that of Belial in their shared rebellion, the Islamic perspective focuses more on the rejection of the divine command itself rather than a broader quest for power. Iblis, in the Quranic account, becomes a symbol of disobedience, not merely a figure of evil, but one who illustrates the consequences of pride and the dangers of self-righteousness. His defiance mirrors Belial's in the sense that both figures act as cautionary tales, warnings about the consequences of challenging a higher power. Judaism, particularly in the apocryphal and mystical traditions, also holds figures that resonate with Belial. The concept of Belial in Jewish thought evolved over time, especially in the apocryphal texts and the Talmud. In the Hebrew Bible, Belial is not explicitly named as a demonic entity but is used as a term to describe wickedness, lawlessness, and evil. The Book of Deuteronomy and the Psalms use sons of Belial to refer to individuals who act in opposition to God's will, often in the context of social corruption and moral decay. However, later Jewish mystical texts, particularly those from the Kabbalah, offer a more fleshed-out view of Belial, linking him to the concept of the evil inclination, Yetzer Hara, that leads humans astray. In this sense, Belial is not just a demonic figure in Judaism but also a personification of the darker aspects of human nature, representing the internal forces that tempt individuals to act against God's will. This internalized view of Belial as the embodiment of selfishness and moral corruption adds a psychological layer to the figure that is not present in the Christian or Islamic traditions. In this way, the idea of Belial in Judaism reflects a broader philosophical and spiritual notion that evil is not an external force but something that resides within individuals, a temptation they must resist in order to stay true to divine law. Beyond these three major Abrahamic religions, figures similar to Belial can be found in various other religious and cultural traditions. In Gnosticism, for instance, the concept of the demiurge, a false god who creates and rules over the material world, shares similarities with Belial's role as an antagonist of the divine order. The demiurge is often depicted as a rebellious force that seeks to keep humanity trapped in ignorance and material suffering, much like Belial's desire to spread chaos and lead souls astray. Though not directly equivalent to Belial, the demiurge functions as a force of rebellion against the higher, true God, much in the same way that Belial seeks to subvert the divine order. Similarly, in Zoroastrianism, the figure of Ingramenu, or Ahriman, is an embodiment of evil, the cosmic force that opposes Ahura Mazda, the supreme deity. Ungremenu's goal is to corrupt creation and lead it away from goodness, very much like Belial's role in Christian and Islamic theology. Though the narrative details differ, such as the cosmic battle between good and evil in Zoroastrianism, the shared theme of an evil figure seeking to disrupt divine harmony links Ngramenu to Belial in a broad sense. In the realm of pre-Christian mythology, figures such as the trickster god Loki from Norse mythology also share characteristics with Belial. Loki, much like Belial, is a symbol of chaos, defiance, and rebellion. Though not necessarily evil in the traditional sense, Loki's actions often serve to challenge the established order of the gods, leading to conflict and destruction. His role in bringing about Ragnarok, the end of the world in Norse mythology, mirrors Belial's apocalyptic associations in later Christian and Islamic eschatologies. Both figures challenge divine authority and lead to the eventual undoing of the world as it is known. The presence of such figures across religious and mythological traditions highlights a universal theme: the tension between order and chaos, submission and rebellion, good and evil. Whether named Belial, Iblis, Ngramenu, or Loki, these figures all embody the dangers of defying a higher power and the consequences of unchecked ambition and pride. They serve as both warnings and reflections of the darker aspects of the human spirit, inviting believers to reflect on the nature of rebellion, morality, and divine justice. Belial's counterparts across religions not only offer a rich tapestry of cultural and theological diversity, but also reveal something essential about the human condition. In each tradition, the rebellion against the divine is a reflection of a deeper struggle, the desire for autonomy, for self-definition, for the right to challenge authority. Whether through the pride of Iblis, the defiance of Loki, or the lawlessness of Belial, these figures remind us of the complex relationship between power, freedom, and the pursuit of righteousness in a world full of contradictions. Belial's story is not merely one of rebellion and chaos, it is a powerful reflection of the very human struggles with authority, autonomy, and the pursuit of free will. At its core, the tale of Belial is a mirror held up to humanity, showing the deep internal conflicts that arise when individuals or societies are faced with the tension between submission to divine or societal order and the desire to assert their own autonomy. Belial's rebellion against the divine authority of heaven begins with a simple yet profound act of defiance, a refusal to accept his place in the divine hierarchy. In this sense, he represents the most human of traits, the desire for freedom and self-determination. His narrative is one that echoes the internal battles many people face when confronted with external control, be it from society, family, or even their own internalized beliefs about what is right or wrong. The overwhelming desire to assert one's will against external forces is something that almost everyone experiences at some point in life. It can be seen in the child who seeks to escape the influence of parents, in the teenager challenging authority, or in the adult questioning societal norms or religious teachings. These moments of resistance are often filled with confusion and doubt, much like Belial's rebellion, and they bring with them the risk of alienation, punishment, or failure. But Belial's rebellion is not just about freedom, it is about pride. His refusal to submit to God, his desire to upend the established order, stems from an overwhelming belief in his own superiority. This aspect of Belial's character closely mirrors the dark side of human nature, the temptation of arrogance, the belief that one can be better than others, that one can stand above everyone else. Pride, for Belial, is the root of his fall, just as it is the cause of so many human struggles. It is the pride of thinking that we can control everything, that we can shape the world according to our desires, and that we don't need to conform to any greater authority. This drive for control and autonomy is familiar. We see it in the individual who rejects the idea of higher power, whether in a religious, political, or personal sense. In each instance, the question of authority, who has the right to dictate how we live, what we believe, or who we must be, becomes a battleground. Just as Belial sought to overthrow heaven's authority, humans, too, constantly seek to challenge the status quo, to push back against the forces that seem to define their place in the world. This struggle between submission and defiance can shape entire lives, leading to moments of triumph or tragedy, depending on the choices made. Yet Belial's downfall also carries with it a tragic consequence, the loss of grace and the descent into darkness. Once he steps outside the boundaries of divine law, once he asserts his will over all else, he is cast out of heaven. His rebellion not only isolates him from the divine, but it brings about his transformation into something darker, something devoid of light. This part of Belial's story speaks to the human experience of disillusionment and alienation. When individuals defy authority without understanding the full weight of their actions, they often find themselves cast adrift, cut off from the source of true fulfillment, spiraling into darkness. Belial's narrative, then, acts as a powerful warning to those who believe that ultimate freedom lies in the rejection of all authority. While the desire for autonomy is a natural human instinct, it can come at a great cost. Belial's pride and defiance come not from a noble struggle for justice or freedom, but from an ego-driven desire to impose his will on the world. This is the part of human nature that can be dangerous, the part that is so convinced of its own righteousness that it disregards the consequences of its actions, and in doing so, loses the very thing it sought to protect: connection, purpose, and grace. Moreover, Belial's narrative highlights the human need for belonging and structure. His rebellion, though born out of a desire for freedom, leads to his isolation. Once cast out of heaven, he becomes a figure of chaos, his desire for power only deepening his separation from the divine and from others. The tale of Belial reminds us that while we may resist authority, there is also an innate desire for connection, for guidance, and for structure. Humans are social beings, and even the most rebellious among us are often seeking something greater than themselves, a sense of purpose, a sense of place in the world. When we stray too far from these needs, as Belial did, we risk losing the very thing that makes us human, our ability to love, to create, and to belong. What makes Belial's story even more poignant is the reflection it offers on the dangers of unchecked ambition. His desire to overthrow heaven is not just about freedom, but about control. Belial becomes obsessed with the idea of shaping the universe in his own image, of placing himself above God. This is where the narrative becomes even more relatable to human experience. Humans are often driven by ambition, the desire to be more than we are, to reach beyond our current limits, and to transcend the circumstances of our lives. However, when ambition crosses the line from self-improvement to domination, it becomes dangerous. The very drive that could propel a person toward greatness can instead become a destructive force if left unchecked. Belial's ambition leads to his fall because it turns from a desire for growth into an insatiable hunger for power. Similarly, humans often face a similar struggle in their own lives, the balance between healthy ambition and the lust for control, the desire for personal growth and the temptation to dominate others. In the end, Belial's story serves as a stark reflection of human nature. It is a tale of pride, defiance, and ambition, but also of loneliness, darkness, and the inevitable consequences of challenging the natural order. His narrative asks the question, how far can we push our autonomy before it begins to isolate us from the very things that make life worth living? How much of our identity can we reshape before it ceases to resemble the human spirit at all? In Belial's rebellion, we see the echoes of our own struggles with authority, with freedom, and with the limits of our own power. The eternal debate is a battle that rages in every corner of existence, echoing through the history of humanity, through the pages of mythology, and in the hearts of individuals. It is the struggle between order and chaos, between the comfort of submission and the burning desire for rebellion. This conflict is as old as time itself, and it is one that transcends cultures, religions, and even the boundaries of our own minds. At its core, the debate is about the tension between the known and the unknown. Order represents the security of structure, the comfort of predictability, the belief that everything has its place, and that if we follow the rules, we will be safe. Chaos, on the other hand, is the wild unknown, the untamed freedom that promises liberation but also threatens destruction. To embrace order is to conform, to accept limitations, but it brings peace and stability. To embrace chaos is to cast off all constraints, to challenge authority, but it also risks plunging everything into uncertainty and turmoil. This debate has played out in the grandest of narratives, the battle between heaven and hell, the cosmic struggle between angels and demons, between gods and rebels. At the heart of these conflicts lies the same question: who is right? Is it better to accept the rules, to bend to the will of a higher power, or is it nobler to fight for freedom, even at the cost of everything? The figure of Belial, in his rebellion, embodies this question with intensity. His refusal to accept heaven's order, his rejection of God's authority, shows us the allure of chaos, the desire to break free from the chains of structure, to create something new, something entirely different. But Belial's rebellion comes at a heavy price. What was once a noble desire for autonomy becomes a destructive force. His challenge to divine order, his attempt to overthrow heaven itself, results in his fall into darkness. He is cast out, not only from the divine realm, but also from the light of truth and grace. His desire for freedom leads him into an existence of torment, a prisoner of his own choices. In this, we see the danger of unchecked rebellion, the idea that without a balance of order, chaos can consume everything. But the tension is not one-sided. Order, too, has its flaws. It can become stifling, oppressive, and unjust. When power becomes entrenched in rigid structures, when obedience is demanded without question, it can crush the spirit, stifle creativity, and deny the fundamental human desire for self-expression. Those who blindly follow without understanding, who adhere to rules without questioning their morality or purpose, risk becoming mere automatons, disconnected from their own humanity. The rebellion, in this sense, is not just an act of defiance, it is an assertion of individuality, a reclaiming of personal power. It is a reminder that while order can bring peace, it can also foster complacency and injustice. In the end, the eternal debate is not a simple dichotomy. It is a complex, ever-shifting battle, one that we encounter in our daily lives. We face it in the choices we make, in the rules we follow, in the systems we engage with, and in the rebellions we create. Can we ever find true balance between order and chaos, obedience and rebellion? Is there a middle ground, a place where both can coexist, where structure does not stifle and freedom does not destroy? Belial's story serves as a poignant reminder that this debate is not just cosmic, it is deeply personal. It is about the choices we make in our own lives, the balance we seek between conformity and freedom. It is a struggle that every person must navigate in their own way. The eternal debate is one that will never be fully resolved, but it is in the facing of it, in the wrestling with it, that we find meaning, growth, and perhaps even redemption. The key lies not in rejecting one for the other, but in understanding the power and the peril of both, knowing when to obey and when to rebel, when to accept the order and when to challenge it. This is the true heart of the eternal debate. The myth of Belial has, over centuries, woven itself into the fabric of cultural imagination, leaving a lasting imprint on everything from religious texts to literature, art, and even contemporary thought. His story, though rooted in ancient traditions, continues to echo in the themes of rebellion, ambition, and the tension between order and chaos that still stir the collective consciousness today. The image of Belial, as both a fallen being and a symbol of defiance, remains an enduring figure that challenges the boundaries of morality, spirituality, and power. In classical and biblical texts, Belial is often presented as a figure of great evil, embodying the dangers of unchecked pride and ambition. However, beyond his traditional depiction as an antagonist, his legacy in mythology represents more than mere villainy. Belial has come to symbolize the very essence of rebellion, the act of challenging authority and rejecting the status quo. This makes him a figure of both condemnation and fascination. Through Belial, the mythological world explores the complexities of free will, the consequences of ambition, and the constant human struggle against the perceived limitations placed by higher powers. In some ways, he is not only a symbol of darkness but also of the yearning for liberation, for a world where one's will is not confined by divine rule. The enduring relevance of Belial's myth is evident in how various cultures have adopted and transformed his narrative over time. In the Christian tradition, Belial is cast as a demon who stands in opposition to God, representing the forces of sin, chaos, and spiritual destruction. However, it is in this very opposition that his myth takes on a deeper significance. Belial's defiance of divine order speaks to the age-old human question: what happens when the ultimate authority is challenged? What are the consequences of disobedience to a higher power, and is there ever a possibility of redemption? These questions resonate not only within religious contexts, but also in modern philosophical and moral discussions about autonomy, rebellion, and justice. As the myth of Belial evolved throughout history, his character began to shift, finding its way into folklore, occult traditions, and the world of demonology. By the time the Renaissance arrived, Belial had become an archetype of temptation, often associated with sorcery and the pursuit of forbidden knowledge. In this era, magic and the occult were experiencing a resurgence, and Belial's figure was invoked as a symbol of dark power. He became synonymous with the lust for control, knowledge, and influence, driving individuals to seek their desires at any cost, even if it meant risking their souls. In this context, Belial's myth was no longer just about rebellion against divine authority, but about the human desire to transcend limitations, to wield power over the forces of the universe. Beyond the realms of religion and folklore, Belial's myth has continued to influence the cultural imagination in literature, art, and popular media. The archetype of the fallen angel or the rebellious demon is prevalent in stories across genres, from horror and fantasy to science fiction. Writers have drawn on Belial's myth to explore themes of existential struggle, the corrupting influence of power, and the consequences of defying moral laws. He represents the dangerous allure of power, the seductive promise of a world where one's desires are unshackled by the constraints of morality or authority. These stories often juxtapose his ambition with the ultimate cost of his rebellion, whether that be his fall into darkness, his ultimate defeat, or the isolation that comes from being cast out of the divine realm. Perhaps one of the most striking elements of Belial's legacy in the cultural imagination is his role as a symbol of the human psyche. His rebellion and fall mirror the inner conflict that every person faces between conformity and individuality, between submission and autonomy. Belial represents the inner voice that calls out for freedom, for the right to make one's own choices, even when those choices lead to destruction. In literature and philosophy, Belial has come to symbolize the darker aspects of human nature, the lust for power, the pursuit of self-interest, and the rejection of societal or divine constraints. These themes resonate strongly with modern struggles for self-expression, identity, and personal autonomy. In contemporary times, Belial's influence continues to manifest in more subtle forms. His myth is reflected in various countercultural movements that challenge established norms and power structures. From anti-authoritarian philosophies to rebellion in the face of social injustice, Belial's myth serves as an enduring symbol of defiance against oppressive systems. He has been adopted by those who reject the limitations of traditional morality or who feel alienated by established institutions. In this context, Belial embodies the spirit of rebellion not just as a force of evil, but as a catalyst for change, a symbol of the potential for individuals to break free from societal constraints and create their own destiny. The legacy of Belial is also present in the ongoing fascination with the occult and supernatural in modern media. From horror films to video games, television series, and comic books, Belial and figures like him continue to appear as central characters in stories that explore the tension between good and evil. Whether as a villain or a misunderstood anti-hero, Belial's myth has been adapted to fit the needs of contemporary narratives, where his character remains as complex as ever. He is no longer just the embodiment of evil. He has become a mirror for humanity's own struggles with ambition, desire, and the consequences of pushing against the boundaries of morality. Ultimately, Belial's legacy is not one that can be neatly classified as purely good or evil. It is a legacy that challenges us to confront our own nature, to question authority, and to reflect on the choices we make in our own lives. In many ways, Belial's myth offers a window into the human experience, our desires, our struggles, and the complex nature of our relationship with power, freedom, and authority. Whether as a demon of destruction or a symbol of defiance, Belial's presence in mythology continues to shape the way we think about the forces that govern our world and our place within it. Belial's story, filled with rebellion, ambition, and the ultimate fall from grace, serves as more than just the tale of a fallen demon. It is a reflection of the complex nature of morality itself, one that challenges the simplistic notions of good versus evil that often dominate religious and philosophical discussions. The life of Belial, from his radiant origins to his eventual exile, invites us to question our own relationships with authority, free will, and the consequences of unchecked ambition. At its core, Belial's tale is a cautionary one. It is the story of a being who was not content with his place in the world, someone who believed that his worth should transcend the boundaries of divine order. His desire to overthrow heaven was not rooted in sheer malice, but in the belief that he could be more, something greater, something beyond the limitations placed on him. In that yearning, we see the reflection of humanity's own struggles. How many times have we, as individuals, questioned authority, longed for freedom, or dreamed of power? How many times have we been tempted to go beyond the prescribed limits to fulfill our desires, thinking that the costs wouldn't be too high? Belial's narrative serves as a stark reminder of what happens when ambition spirals out of control, when the desire for more leads to a complete rupture with the established order. In his rebellion, he sought not only to challenge the authority of heaven but to reshape the world according to his own vision. This is where the complexity of his story lies. He was not simply an evil figure acting out of pure malice. He was a being driven by a vision, one that was ultimately flawed and self-destructive. His downfall is the result of pushing too far, of believing that his desires could be pursued without consequence. However, it is in the intricacies of his fall that we come face to face with the ambiguity of morality. Belial is often portrayed as the villain, the embodiment of evil, the fallen angel who refused to accept his place in a divinely ordered world. Yet, in his defiance, there is something undeniably human. His journey is one of personal ambition, of an attempt to carve out an identity and existence that is his own, free from the constraints of imposed order. In his actions, we see the duality of the human condition, the tension between freedom and responsibility, self-will and obedience, the desire to transcend our limitations and the price we pay for it. In many ways, Belial's story mirrors the experiences of those who challenge the status quo in our world, individuals who reject established norms, questioning societal values, and seeking to define their own path. These rebels, much like Belial, often face rejection, isolation, and punishment for their actions. But their stories, too, are complex. They can be both tragic and inspiring, as they speak to the human desire for freedom, authenticity, and self-determination. Yet, just as Belial's rebellion leads to his ruin, we are reminded that not all acts of defiance are without consequence. The price of rejecting divine order, or societal structure, can be steep. The destruction that follows Belial's rebellion is a testament to the dangers of unchecked ambition and pride. In his fall, we witness the collapse of not just an individual but an entire vision, a world once vibrant with possibility that is now overshadowed by darkness. The warning is clear: there is a limit to how far one can go before the boundaries of morality, order, and responsibility catch up. Belial's legacy, however, is not one of mere evil. His story forces us to confront the nuances of morality, asking whether rebellion can ever be justified, and at what cost. Is Belial a villain, or is he simply a tragic figure undone by his own pride and ambition? His tale blurs the lines between good and evil, between the self and the other, between the desire to break free and the reality of the consequences. In the end, Belial's story leaves us with more questions than answers. It challenges us to consider the true nature of morality, not as a set of rules imposed from above, but as a delicate balance between our desires, our responsibilities, and the world we seek to create. Perhaps, in Belial's rebellion, we are meant to see a reflection of our own inner struggles. The temptation to push boundaries, to strive for something more, is not inherently evil. But it comes with risks, and the consequences of that pursuit are often more than we can foresee. As we look at Belial's fall, we are reminded of the importance of humility, of recognizing our place in the world, and of understanding the weight of our actions. His tale is a mirror, a cautionary one that urges us to ask, how far are we willing to go to achieve our desires? And at what point does the pursuit of power, freedom, or identity lead us astray? Belial's story is ultimately a reflection of the eternal struggle between order and chaos, authority and rebellion, good and evil. It is a story that asks us to confront the complexity of our own actions, to examine the reasons behind our defiance, and to understand the potential costs of pursuing freedom at any cost. In this way, Belial is not just a figure of myth, but a symbol of the human condition, a reminder of the complexities that lie beneath our choices and the consequences that often follow them.